Good morning. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for October 7, 2025 is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the updated provisions enacted by the legislature this year. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings through June 2027. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the Zoom webinar event platform and is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. Board members, applicants, and their attorneys or representatives will participate in the hearing as panelists, and they will appear alongside the presentation materials when speaking. Panelists are strongly encouraged to keep video on while presenting to the board. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. Board members, applicants, and their attorneys or representatives will participate in the hearing as panelists, and they will appear alongside the presentation materials when speaking. Panelists are strongly encouraged to keep video on while presenting to the board. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise hand button along the bottom of your screen in the Zoom webinar platform. Click it again and your hand should go down. When the host sees your hand, you will receive a request to unmute yourself. Select yes and you should be able to talk. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *9 to raise and lower your hand. You must press *6 to unmute yourself after you receive the request from the host. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time, and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Stembridge reads the address into the record. Do not raise your hand before the relevant address is called, or the meeting host will not know to call on you at the appropriate time. Mr. Stembridge.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Mr. Valencia.
Sorry, good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Wewell.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Mr. Langham.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Barbarazza.
Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Turner.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Stembridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin with the approval of the hearing minutes scheduled for 9:30. These minutes are from September 18th and September 23rd of this year. With that, I will make a motion to approve the hearing minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge.
Yes.
Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell. Are you on mute, Ms. Wewell? I can't hear you. I saw you. I will come back to you because I do see you, Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Barbarazza.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect. All right, we got you back. Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we have the extension scheduled for 9:30 a.m. We have 11 cases today. All of these are deemed reasonable in terms of the extensions they are requesting. Should there be any questions regarding them after I read them in, please direct those questions to Madam Chair. We'll begin with case BOA 135-9889 with the address of 400 Melnia Cass Boulevard. Next, we have case BOA 135-9896 with the address of 402 Melanie Cass Boulevard. Next, we have case BOA 1341538 with the address of 2196 Washington Street. Next, we have case BOA 1341528 with the address of 2154 Washington Street. Next, we have case BOA 1341524 with the address of 1121 Harrison Avenue. Next, we have case BOA 1341518 with the address of 1105 Harrison Avenue. Next, we have case BOA 1593227 with the address of 282 Walnut Avenue. Next, we have case BOA 1187855 with the address of 61 Horace Street. Next, we have case BOA 1187853 with the address of 63 Horace Street. Next, we have case BOA 1472415 with the address of 351 Vermont Street. Next, we have case BOA 1349736 with the address of 906 Dorchester Avenue. Next, we have case BOA 1339772 with the address of 33 Davison Street. Next, we have case BOA 898191 with the address of 40 Montwood Road. And finally, we have case BOA 1367246 with the address of 14 Gardner Street. And those are the extension cases and requests that we have for today, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If there are no questions, may I have a motion to grant the extensions as requested?
Motion to grant the extensions as requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Sembridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langen?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Joseph Feaster here.
We'll now move on to the hearing scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Before we go through the cases, are there any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 9:30 a.m. hearings?
Yes, we have two today. First one being 25 through 27 Edinburgh Street.
Okay, Attorney Spitz, so that would be for case BOA 1718356 with the address of 25 to 27 Edinburgh Street. Would you please explain?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Morency, business address of 168 first floor, South Boston. We're seeking a deferral on this matter for two reasons. One is, for some odd reason, there is no recommendation from the planning department on this proposal. I've reached out to the planning department as well and still waiting for a response to see what their proposal actually states for this proposal. Secondly, also too, as you all may be aware, the chair, Ms. Dong, will need to recuse herself as she heads one of the civic associations for this matter. We would also like a fair opportunity to be heard in front of a full 7-member board at that point in time. So whatever that new date is, if we could work together with legal and as well as scheduling to ensure that there's an alternate member, that when Ms. Dong does recuse herself, that we have an alternate.
So Attorney Spitz, I think we'll have to have that discussion because I recused myself at the Civic Association meeting and I was clear that I did so in order to continue my capacity as chair. So I think we can have that conversation offline.
Yes, but you know, it's, if you're recusing yourself from the actual hearing itself, I'll need an alternate member in order.
I'm not recusing myself from the actual hearing.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I recused myself from the civic.
Okay, great. I was, we misunderstood that, so, okay, that's great. So we'll just like to seek a deferral based upon the planning department's inadvertently not having a recommendation on this proposal in order for us to allow us to read and see what their insight is.
Thank you. Do we have any dates, Caroline?
November 25th?
Oh, sorry, Stephanie.
That's okay. November 25th?
Does that work for the applicant?
That works.
Okay, may I have a motion?
I make a motion to defer to November the 25th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot that.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. See you then.
Great, thank you. Mr. Stenbridge, the second one is 75 through 77 Dorchester Street.
So that will be for case BOA 1765730 with the address of 75 to 77 Dorchester Street. Go ahead, Attorney Spitz.
Great, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz, Adams and Moranci, business address of 168 8th Street, first floor, South Boston. We're seeking a deferral in this matter as the advertisement was incorrect. It was missing 2 violations and will need to be re-advertised. I believe that we worked out a date of November 18th. If that is still available, we will take it, please.
November 18th is available for this case, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion?
Motion to defer this case until November 18th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Great, thank you.
Are there any further requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 9:30 time frame?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, 19 Midland Street.
Bear with me, please. So this request is for case BOA 1760292 with the address of 19 Midland Street. Would you go ahead and explain, please?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Christopher of 686 Architects with the business address of 10 Fords Road in Braintree. Here today on behalf of the owners requesting a brief deferral. There was some de minimis design changes during the community process which were not filed with ISD, so the plans that the board reviewed do not exactly match the final iteration. So we would like to correct the record there and have those plans submitted and reviewed by the board.
Stephanie?
November 25th?
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer to November the 25th?
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
If there are no more requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 9:30 time frame, we'll begin with case BOA 1714885 with the address of 154 Maverick Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm here because we were asking to have a proviso lifted. There's been live entertainment at this address for the last, I believe, 8 years, but there was a proviso on that when it was granted to our landlord. Our landlord, John Tyler, who owns the building, is actually here today too, to speak in favor of lifting the proviso so that we ourselves could also have live entertainment.
Any questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 154 Maverick Street, our office defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Since this location has had existing licenses in this neighborhood on the parcel, we connected them with the Gove Street Neighborhood Association, who reviewed their proposal on 4/28/25, and they did not express any concerns to our office. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Gabriela Ramirez here on behalf of Boston City Councilor Gabriela Coletta Zapata's office. At this time, the council would like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Rulo?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you all.
Next case has been deferred. Takes us to case BOA 1772322 with the address of 27 Hancock Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley. Just a housekeeping issue, Mr. Stenbridge. I wonder if you could also read into the record 29 Hancock Street, which is the next project. They're separate parcels, but they are related for this project, and I think we're going to present them together, if you don't mind, Mr. Stenbridge.
Not a problem, Attorney. Well, so the companion case to that is case BOA 1772318 with the address of 29 Hancock Street. Thank you, Attorney, and go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Again, Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley. If you could stay on this page, Mr. or Miss Ambassador. With me today from Fenway Forward, previously Fenway Community Development Corporation, is Edward Quinn and Suneeth John. And from Embark Studios, who is our project architect, is Timothy Jones. Next slide, please. This is just site location, again, here for both 27 and 29 Hancock Street, both in Beacon Hill. They are adjacent properties. As you can see here on the maps, they are located in Beacon Hill, mid-block on Hancock Street between Cambridge Street and kind of where Myrtle and Dern meet. And these are both existing lodging house buildings that are proposed to be renovated and changed to multifamily residential uses for affordable housing. Next slide, please. This is just some of the basic information. Again, previously lodging house uses. Interestingly, these were both actually originally part of the Archer residences at 45 Temple Street, which was a much bigger project. And this is that project's affordable housing off-site obligation. That project was approved with various amendments from about 2016 to 2019. And Fenway CDC, or Fenway Forward, was recently designated developer for the off-site affordable component earlier this year, and they actually acquired this property in July. And so the proposal, which was again a genesis of that original larger project, is to redevelop both of these parcels into 15 affordable home ownership units. 5 units at 27 Hancock and 10 units at 29 Hancock. As you can see here, there's a various AMIs, various bedroom count and unit types. And then at 27 Hancock, which you'll see in 1 minute on the plans, there is a small 350 square foot recapturing of space in the lower level, which was previously uninhabitable, and the proposal is to just add one of the studio units in that location, but there will be no change to either of the buildings' footprint, size, etc. These are all internal changes to make the change from lodging house to affordable home ownership, which, as you can imagine, is much needed in Beacon Hill. And the last thing, if you go to the next slide, Madam or Mr. Ambassador, you can see just the refusal letters, exactly the same refusal letters. Both need zoning relief for floor area ratio and for open space, just because of the change of occupancy from the lodging house to the MFR, multifamily residential uses. If you go to the next slide, I'll toss it to Timothy Jones. He'll quickly go through 27 Hancock and then 29 Hancock, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. So Tim, over to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. So currently we're looking at 27 Hancock right now. If you were to, this is the center of the center building in the photo here. If we scroll down to the next sheet, I'll quickly go through these. This is, again, the first on the far left is 27 Hancock. On the image in the middle there is the courtyard of 27 Hancock. And the photo at the top right-hand corner is the basement of 27 Hancock. And that's where we're renovating to make into a 350 square foot studio. The image on the far right corner there is, again, the courtyard of 27 Hancock, and that's with our back to the building. That's egress path that opens up to Joy Street. If we go to the next slide, please. These are this is at the bottom, this is the floor plan of 27 Hancock, the basement existing and what we're proposing. It's unfinished basement as we've seen from the photos. And what's proposed, the image, the floor plan on the top is the 350 square foot studio apartment. To the back, the other area of the basement we're going to use as mechanical storage and trash and recycling area is noted here. Next image, please. First floor, so the 27 Hancock is 4 stories, currently has 14 SROs, and the stores, each floor is pretty much identical. The first floor existing, we have 2 SROs, and what we're doing is converting that 2 SRO floor plan into a 1-bedroom unit. If we go to the next image, you'll see the second floor, which has currently 4 SROs, which we're again converting into a 1-bedroom unit. And then, so that last image was floors 2 through 4, are our typical layouts for 27 Hancock. Next image is 29 Hancock. This is currently, again, as Nick mentioned, is being used as 30 SROs. In this building, and this is the front of standing on Hancock Street facing the building. Next image, please. To the right is the courtyard of 29 Hancock, and this the extension that building to the left. There's the extension of 29 Hancock. In addition, it was added on at some time. If we go to the next image, we'll get into our floor plans. The first floor is existing, 29, the one in the bottom. Again, 2 SROs, and we're converting, and on 29 we have 2 units. We're converting those 2 SROs into two units as shown on the proposed layout at the top. We go to the next image, sorry, next slide. All right, so the second floor existing is on the bottom. We have 9 SROs, and we're converting again into 2 units. Next image, please. Next slide. 7 SROs on the third floor. This is 3rd through 5th floor, very typical layout for what's existing and also what we're proposing, converting those SROs into, again, 2 units. Thank you. That's
Tim, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just 2 points to conclude. We did meet, I'm sure the Mayor's office will speak to this, but we did meet with the Beacon Hill Civic Association on September 3rd. They did submit a letter of non-opposition, and both of these projects got planning recommendations of approval with provisos. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Susula, the building right now has numerous SROs units. Are those units occupied?
I do not believe so. That's Neith or if Edward can answer that. I don't believe so, Mr. Valencia.
They are not. This is Sunit from Fenway Forward. They're not occupied. They've been vacant for a long time.
Thank you, Sunit. And do you know what happened with the residents who were there before?
You're on mute, sir.
You're on mute, Sunith, yeah.
We don't know. The past owner had it vacant for a long time, 6 or 7 years. So I'm assuming the residents have found housing elsewhere.
Okay. Thank you, Sunit.
Any other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. There was a lengthy Boston planning-led community process for this involving the Mayor's Office of Housing. As you heard, they worked very closely and extensively with the Beacon Hill Civic Association, getting to a place where Beacon Hill felt comfortable to be in non-opposition to this proposal, also securing support from local elected officials as well, unaware of any concerns presently. And with that, I'd like to reiterate our support for this proposal. Thank you.
All right, next we have from the City Council, Sam Courage.
Good morning, everyone. This is Samantha Courage from Councilor Sharon Durkin's office. The councilor is in support of this proposal given its affordability components. The councilor has been involved with this project essentially from the beginning, helping secure ARPA fundings for this, and is very excited about this project. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have John Gilliver.
Hi, I'm John Gulliver. I'm a resident at 17 Hancock Street. I'm a member of the Beacon Hill Civic Association. I'm a board member, and I'm also a board member of Homes on Hancock, a 501c3 organization that supports affordable housing on Hancock Street. We worked very closely with the city, our state representatives, and Fenway Forward on this proposal, and speaking on behalf of myself and many Hancock Street residents, voicing our strong support for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Next we have Christina Madej.
Good morning, everyone. Christina Madej. Here I live at 21 Hancock Street, just a few doors down, and I am also a member of Homes on Hancock, and I just wanted to voice my support for Fenway Forward in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person is Stephen Donovan.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Stephen Donovan. I worked for the City of Boston as a housing development officer in the Mayor's Office of Housing. And I'm here to say that the Mayor's Office of Housing is in support of this affordable housing development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
No, Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I think this is a good project. They are reusing an existing building and creating permanent affordable home ownership units, so I make a motion of approval.
There a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next case has been deferred. That takes us to case BOA 1702915 with the address of 27 Wendover Street. If the applicants and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
I am Mr. Stembridge. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross from the law firm of Prince Lobel, One International Place. I'm here with the architect, Peter Banco. The applicant is part of a two-person team, one of which grew up in this very neighborhood. This is a vacant lot of 6,793 square feet within the Dorchester Neighborhood Zoning District. You can pause here if you like, Mr. Ambassador. The original plan is to create
was to create 11 condominiums, and it was reduced to 9 condominiums after negotiations with the neighborhood association occurred. The project also proposes 13 parking spaces in order to not impact the on-street parking within this neighborhood. This page here shows the various types of buildings throughout the neighborhood, including, actually the next page, if you would, Mr. Ambassador, including the double, triple deckers containing 6 or more units, depending. We are being cited for the following variances: use FAR 1.6 and a 0.5, stories 3 and a 2.5, side and rear setback, and parking. Though as the BPDA memo points out, if the project were to adhere to these zoning provisions, it would create a project in discontinuity with its neighbors. Next slide, please. This is a rendering on how the site borrows the vernacular of the neighborhood and fits into it. Next slide, please. Just another drawing from above. The project provides for a front ramp for access to the front entrance, and also provides or tries to maximize access to the outside through the various units in the forms of Juliet balconies as well as decks. Next slide, please. It's another view. This rendering here shows how the property fits into the neighborhood from all sides, and also how it's using various materials to break up the massing on all sides. Thank you. There's another view here. And here we can pause. So these are the 3 floor plans that rise over the garage parking that is assisted by the natural slope of the topography. There's also a bicycle room. You can see in the lower right-hand corner floor plan with the garage in the front corner of the building. And there are, as mentioned, 9 units, and the 9 units are 4 one-bedrooms. They range from 557 square feet to 629 square feet, 3 two-bedrooms that range from 797 square feet to 1,023 square feet, and 2 three-bedrooms that range from 1,455 square feet to 1,517 square feet. Next slide, please. This is a roof plan, site plan, showing how the floor plans stack up. And slides 11 through 15, we can go through. They're just basic. If you want to come back to them, these are floor plans that are blown up individually, so they're not just on one slide. Slide 16, one more. Actually, one more, if you would, Mr. Ambassador. There you go. Slide 16 shows the front elevations as well as the material that we're using. The left and front elevations. The left is on the top, the front is on the bottom, and then these kind of wood cyber fiber materials that you can see on the left is what the project will be clad in to create the breaking up. The next slide, please. This just shows a section which also shows how the topography allows for the lower level of parking. And then there's another section. And that's the deck that I have for you. I'll pause there and just want to confirm with the board that you should have received a letter of support from the Wendover Street Neighborhood Association. See if there are any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes, as many of you have seen the BPD's recommendation, they made a note to the 4 kind of parking spaces at the rear. And I'm trying to understand through your plans on the site plan, I'm trying to see how it works, and I'm having a hard time understanding how those 4 parking spaces at the rear is entering into the site.
Yeah, if you go up, and Peter, feel free to chime in if you'd like, the architect, but if you call
and like whether it's necessary, you have 9 units. What's the total parking spaces that you have a lot of parking?
Yeah, I mean, we're still getting a violation for it. We're still below, but.
If you have 13 plus,
13.
how many,
And there's 9, so that's like a 1.4 in a 1.5.
So you have 13 total parking spaces?
Right there is good. Yes, we do.
You have 13, okay.
Member Better-Brazza. This slide right here, Member Better-Brazza, will show you that the 4 that the BPDA was talking about in their memo, how they stick out in the back. I mean, it is still somewhat subterranean there. I mean, only slightly, but there's a lip. So, there is that kind of vacant space there. You obviously could put anything in there.
They called it at grade, so that's why I'm trying to understand the section.
Yeah, if you go, maybe you go down. Sorry, Mr. Ambassador. There's a section that shows kind of how it falls. We'll keep going. About 3 more. One more. Right there. So the right is the front is Wendover Street, and the cars will go straight through the center of the building, down that ramp, and really down and through. And then those 4 cars stick out at the back there. It's, the topography helps kind of make this so that we're not going too far down into the ground. But, yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful. And would you be okay removing those 4 parking spaces?
I mean, we will if we're being required to. It's, the neighborhood obviously wanted, it was a big issue that came up, especially in this street, in this neighborhood. So we wanted to preserve that. By reducing from 11 to 9, we improved our ratio, and we touted that. People were happy about that. We got close to compliant, but we will do what the board tells us to do.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think I'm good. I think for next time, it would just be helpful if there was a survey plot plan that actually showed the boundaries of the building with the parking space. So that's the only drawing that I'm missing.
Oh, yeah, my apologies.
I don't have further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Ross, can you briefly talk about how your project responds to the IDP requirement?
Yeah, this 17% of 9 is still 1.53, and if you round up, which you're required to do by Article 79, you have to do 2 units. So 2, divided by 9 makes this over 20% affordable project.
What's AMI level?
It's over 17%. It's close to 20.
No, I'm sorry. What is the 80%, 60%?
Oh, these are condos, so they are 80 and 100.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
With that, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on May 29th, where abutters voiced their concerns for the proposal, lack of parking for the then proposed 11 units, and the size of the proposal being too large, a point that was voiced more than once. Abutters thought 11 units at the time was unacceptable, but did state 6 to 8 units would be more welcome, as they were also concerned with density, congestion, and maintenance of the property. Following the abutters meeting, as the owner has stated, changes were made, reducing the number of units. Next, the proposal was presented to the Wendover Street Civic Association, where they voted in support of the proposal. To date, our office has received 1 letter of opposition and a 35-signature petition in opposition to the proposal sent to the board. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. Liam Remus from Council Fitzgerald's office. Our office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that the project undergoes BPD design review, paying special attention to the parking spaces at the rear and to allow for additional open space. And that the applicant also undergoes a housing agreement with Mayor's Office of Housing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stumbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Barbarazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Great, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1763939 with the address of 722 to 730 Shawmut Avenue. If the applicant and or their representative are present, will they please explain case of the board? Go ahead, Attorney Small.
Mr. Ambassador, if you could upgrade William Lee, who is our architect, to a panelist, that would be helpful.
He's already.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address at 51 Dobson Road. And with me today as part of our team is William Lee, who is the architect, Armando Gonzalez, who is the project consultant, and Imam Farouk, of the Society of Islamic Society of Boston. We're here today seeking relief for our project, our mixed-use project at 722-730 Shawmut Avenue. And the relief we're seeking is to demo the existing property, combine lots, and erect a 6-story mixed-use building with 38 residential units, a community center, retail space, offices, classrooms, place of worship, a restaurant with takeout, food pantry, and roof deck. Our zoning subdistrict here is a MFR. Our lot size is approximately 10,600 square feet. And we have a couple of zoning violations that we are seeking relief for today. One of which is FAR. The required FAR here at this site is 1, and we are proposing 4. Building height, the maximum number of stories are required is 4, and we are proposing 6. The building height in feet requirement is 45 feet, and we are proposing 69. Side yard setback violation as requirement is 10. We have approximately 4. And so the units themselves we are proposing 9 one-bedroom units, 14 two-bedroom2 three-bedroom units, and 13 studios. Madam Chair, in conjunction with the Mayor's Office of Housing, this project is 100% affordable. And at this time, I'll turn it over to William Lee, and he can go over the specifics of the plans.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, members of the board. There we go. So this is a rendering from the intersection of Williams and Shawmut Ave as you would approach the project. As a mixed-use project, we've tried to express that on the exterior design. So the ground floor you see there is composed of public retail, restaurant, cafe, and cultural spaces, all blending together to activate the street front. The upper 2 floors you see with the double height windows is a mix of prayer, worship, community, and education spaces, along with some administrative offices for the organization. And then the remaining upper floors of the building, as well as the right and further down Shawmut, is all dedicated to residential units. If you scroll down, we can get to, I think, several pages. You can get to the site plan. That'll keep going 2 more maybe. There you go. That's the one. So site access is led from Shawmut Ave, so bottom of the screen there. There are 4 parking spaces on site for the use of maintenance personnel and administrators of the organization. The remaining portion of the oddly shaped site is dedicated to landscaping and the ground form of the building. We've followed Boston Complete Streets in redesigning the streetscape along Shawmut and Williams Ave, along with a curb extension as requested by the BPDA. Next slide should show, you can skip these. These are just some quick sections through the sidewalk. The basement level is dedicated primarily to food pantry storage. The organization does a lot of community outreach, so they've got a lot of square footage in the building dedicated to that. There's also maintenance spaces and bike room. Next slide will show the ground floor, which is again composed primarily of restaurant, cafe, and public event spaces. The small portion to the right has a separate stair and elevator for the residential portion of the building. And then the next slide will show, as you go up the building, the left and right half are dedicated to two separate uses, the left being the community and organization spaces. The right portion of the building is all residential units. The next floor is very similar in programmatic layout. You can go to the next slide. And then if you scroll one more slide, the remaining upper floors of the building are 100% affordable residential units. That's the long and short of it. If there are any questions, I'm happy to dig into them. Thank you, Derek.
Are there questions from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair. Looks like a good project. There's a small restaurant that's fairly recently opened there. Are they the ones that will be coming back into that space, or would it be someone else?
They're coming back into that space.
On the right-hand side of the project, there is or was a small parking lot. Will that remain, or will that be gone?
Wait, go ahead. Wait, are we eliminating that, or is that staying?
Yeah, the parking lot that's there will be reduced. Portions of it will go towards the footprint of the new building. Some landscaping. There will be a stairwell that comes down. So I would say the majority of the parking lot is being consumed by the building, but there will be a few spaces that are preserved.
As you mentioned earlier. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. At this time, the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this project. This went through a very productive community process led by the Boston Planning Department, involving engagement with residents, especially around concerns related to a tree. I think this will provide critical affordable housing to this area, as well as providing a place of worship for many residents of Roxbury. And overall, this has been a very productive process, receiving great feedback. With that, we'll support this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion of approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Spunbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Milo?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Bettabrazo?
Yes.
Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, have a good day.
The next case has been deferred, so that takes us to case BOA 1740957 with the address of 20 to 22 Rosario Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, good morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, excuse me, my name is James Christopher of 686 Architects with business address of 10 Forbes Road, Braintree, Mass. The proposal before you today is 20 to 22 Rosario Street in Dorchester. It is currently a two-family house on a 4,500 square foot lot. We are proposing to construct a third-story addition, raise the ridge height by about a foot, no change to occupancy, and to add some additional about 971 square feet of living space to the third floor. We need relief in the lot area is insufficient. Again, we're 4,500 square feet in the 5,000 district. The FAR is excessive at 0.73. This is required to be 0.5. And the front and side yards are pre-existing non-conformances, which are not changing with this project. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board and answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 20 to 22 Rosario Street, our office defers to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was included, distributing a community flyer on 9/20/2025, in which my office did receive 5 letters of support regarding the proposal. The Cedar Grove Civic Association also reviewed the proposal on 5/14/25 and voted to also support the proposal. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. Liam Remus from Councilor Fitzgerald's office. Our office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion of approval.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have 2 companion cases. The first is case BOA 1685960 with the address of 4 to 4R Sherman Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1701024 with the address of 6 to 6A Sherman Street. If the applicant and/or their representative present, would they please explain to the board?
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Angelo Musto, and I'm with my wife, John Lee. We live at 8 Sherman Street in Roslindale, and we're here to propose 4-4 Sherman Street, which is a new home, and a subdivision proposal for an existing two-family home located at 6-6A Sherman Street. We have grown up in this neighborhood and are very fond of it, and we have children that live next door as well in on 6 Sherman Street. So we're proposing a two-family home at 4-4 Sherman Street. This will be a stick-built home, 2.5-story tall, 22 feet wide by 70 feet long. The building style is a colonial, but it is a gable-end duplex totaling 3,000 square feet. There will be a covered porch on the front and an open rear deck overlooking the backyard. The exterior would be, siding material will be of the Hardy Plank composite, and the decking and handrail will also be of a composite material. Each unit will have off-street parking for 2 vehicles, very similar to other homes on the street. I understand the BRA may ask me to change that, which I'd be happy to do for them, but I was trying to keep as much open space in the rear as possible. We have received some letters of support from neighbors, as well as neighbors who have come by the home and voiced their support for us. So what I want to talk about here is there are 2 lots involved in this process, and they are both zoned for 2-family construction and are assessed as buildable lots. Combined, they are over 15,000 square feet. The first lot, A2 at 6 Sherman Street, had 7,400 square feet. But after the subdivision, we'll wind up with 8,576 square feet. The reason for the increase is because the rear of number 6 Sherman Street on the right side encroaches over the boundary as shown in the plot plan. So in order for someone to walk to the rear of the yard, a subdivision was created and additional land was added to this lot. Also, number 6 Sherman Street is a very well-built home with plenty of architectural character, both interior and exterior. We have very fond memories of the previous owner, who was a wonderful man. We never were fortunate enough to meet his wife, but we felt like we knew her through him. So allowing this house to remain on the street as opposed to tearing it down would mean so much to us. I'm not fond of tear down homes because we erase the memory of the people who live there. I'm working very diligently to avoid that in this case. Now, Sherman Street is a private road that has only 3 houses built on it on the left side. The right side of Sherman Street is the backyard of the residents who live on Sycamore Street. So there is plenty of open space because there are only 3 houses on it. Other than a school drop-off and pickup, there's very little congestion on the street. So building a 2-family home with parking should not create any congestion issues. Now, this is the hardship. I know variances require hardships. The hardship is that the existing house at number 6 Sherman Street encroaches over the boundary of number 4 Sherman Street. And because of this encroachment, a subdivision is required, as well as several other variances. It is important to remember that I'd be able to build this house, this new home as of right, because I have over 15,000 square feet of land. But then I would have to tear down the existing house and build another house on that lot, which would require much more construction on the street and inconvenience. So I chose this method because it was the one with the least amount of work. The end result would be very welcomed residents to this neighborhood and an opportunity for family to live here. So we have some issues here on the street. The concerns discussed at the abutters meeting was during heavy rainstorms, floods occur behind several of the homes on Hawthorne Street, Heathcote Street, Poplar Street, and Sherman Street. And in some cases, this water is coming right through the bulkhead of people's homes and flooding their basements. This is due to all the surrounding homes on this block, which are elevated higher in sloping grades towards Hawthorne Street. During heavy rainstorms, when I look out my kitchen window, it looks like Jamaica Pond in my backyard. It's important to remember that the proposed house on number 4 Sherman Street does not have any flooding issues. But I am willing to address the flooding issues that is occurring downhill as part of my application. After that meeting, the abutters meeting, I messaged City Council Pepin and told him I would be addressing the flooding issues by installing a floodwater drain behind number 6 Sherman Street tied to the Boston Water and Sewer drain located on Sherman Street, and install a street drain as well. This would allow the rear yards to drain during heavy rains and prevent the water from reaching dangerous levels. I have reached out to City Council Pepin's office after that abutters meeting, and he was very happy to hear that I was willing to correct the flooding problems for the affected residents. And he would put me in touch with his staff member, Diane Bronchuk, who also reached out to the Boston Water and Sewer and came up with a preliminary plan for a floodwater drain. We have 21 houses on our block, and all of the backyards pretty much drain towards number 69 Hawthorne Street and 6 Sherman Street. So it's no wonder why our flooding water height is rising. So I would just like to sum it up this way. I know I'm asking for relief and variances to build a 2-family at number 4 Sherman Street, but I am also willing to install much-needed drainage infrastructure for the residents of Sherman Street, Hawthorne Street area. We all pay our taxes to live here, but we are not receiving any help from the Boston Water and Sewer in this matter because they say it's a private property issue. Every year the water level rises a bit more than the year before, so I'm sure it's just a question of time before things get much worse. This is an opportunity to correct a much-needed problem and at the same time create new housing that is much needed. I do hope I have explained this in a way that's easy to understand and reasonable to accept, and I'm certainly available for any questions that anyone may have on this matter. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for addressing, I think that was a main concern that has come up in feedback about the project. Are there any questions on the project?
Can you just confirm how many existing parking spaces are in your front yard?
Yes, we are showing 4 parking spaces, and the reason for that is because we're trying to keep the backyard area as open green space. And we did that hoping that our neighbors at number 2 Sherman Street would appreciate that. We are not showing a garage back there as they did at number 10 and 12 Heathcote Street for that very reason. So we're trying to make this project as easy to accept as possible. And that's why we're showing the parking on the front of the property as opposed to the rear.
Yeah, so I think I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you understood my question. Currently, how many parking spaces do you have?
4.
In your front yard?
Yes.
4?
4.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Roslindale Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of a very well-attended abutters meeting facilitated on April 23rd, where abutters voiced opposition and concerns for the proposal. The majority of abutters voiced opposition to the proposal due to flooding. Flooding was the main theme of the opposition, with other concerns such as side yard setbacks, not enough providing enough space between properties, a concern for tree removal and loss of green space. Again, a major theme of the opposition was the flooding. Abutters continued to voice their concerns for the flooding, saying the water cannot drain in the yard's front and back flood when raining. Next, the proponent presented to West Village Neighborhood Association, where they voted in opposition to the proposal, maintaining the flooding concern from the abutters. To date, our office has received 4 letters of opposition, 1 from the Civic, 1 from an abutter, and 2 letters from city officials, councilors Henry Santana and Aaron Murphy, as well as a 62 signature petition of opposition, consisting of 55 abutter signatures and 7 non-abutters from abutting street. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board with interest.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another person, Alan Wright. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you very much, Board. My name is Alan Wright. I'm a longtime resident of Roslindale. I'm also on the board of the West Village Neighborhood Association and was an attendant at the WVNA meeting in which Angelo presented. I just have a question, Angelo. At that neighborhood association meeting, I asked you about your plans for the numerous very mature trees at the back of the property, which I had noted had been marked with some white markers, and I wanted to know what you intended to do with them. I don't remember you giving a clear answer, including as to why they were marked, though you did comment that falling tree branches kill people all the time,
Thank you. Is there a position that you're also taking?
Well, I'm asking him a question. What is his plan for those trees?
Okay, thank you. Any other raised hands?
No, Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Thank you.
There's one more, I'm sorry.
Okay,
there is one more person. Deb?
Please state a position, that would be helpful.
Yes, my position is in opposition to this build. My name, Madam Chair, is Deborah Allen. I live at 2 Sherman Street. With me on this meeting is Andrew Sabroff, my partner, and Carol Gracia, our neighbor at 2 Sherman Street. We're at 2R. We are vehemently opposed to this. Our home sits next to where this proposed build would take place. We're concerned for our foundation of our home. given the volume of water that sits below because because of all the issues we've had with flooding on this location. We're concerned about our foundation. We're concerned about flooding in general. We are also, I'll admit it, very concerned about privacy. This home would literally be sitting on our home, and that's very unpleasant and uncomfortable. And lastly, I'd like to bring up insurance. When does it become that the insurance companies deem us uninsurable here because we continue to flood? Mr. Musto has recommended some remediation efforts and tying into the city. As a private way, that would mean I would need to incur the cost of that unless he says he'll pay for all of it. But we do not have the infrastructure on Sherman Street for any of this type of remediation to be effective. Secondly, on Hawthorne Street, they've been told by the Boston Water Group there is no ability for them to tie into the infrastructure because the capacity just isn't there. So while we may bring up tying into the city, there is no capacity for the water to be diverted.
Thank you. We have several other raised hands. If you could add new information to your position.
Next, we have Nora Basson.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. Good morning. My name is Nora Basson, and I have been a homeowner at 73 Hawthorne Street since 1999. I am here today to respectfully voice my opposition to proposed two-family home at 406 Sherman Street. One of my biggest concerns is the severe flooding that already affects the backyards and basements of several homes in our area, including mine. Over the years, the problem has gotten significantly worse. After major rainfalls, my yard and others become completely saturated with water and routinely collects and floods into our basements. In fact, I had to strip my entire basement down to the studs after it flooded, and I still have not been able to fix it due to me getting water in my basement, even after having a French drain put in my foundation over 15 years ago. Approving this two-family home would make matters worse. Add another large structure, along with more pavement, drainage redirection, and foundation displacement will increase runoff and leave existing homes like mine even more vulnerable. It isn't just a matter of inconvenience, it's about protecting the integrity of our homes and preventing further property damage. We invested decades into maintaining our homes and community. We're simply asking that new projects not come at the expense of those who have already been living and managing worsened flooding conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Shirley Ransom. Shirley, if you can.
You're on.
You did great.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'm a little confused by the list of letters that you got. It sounds like you may not have gotten our letter, which we sent in on Friday afternoon, both from the Sherman Street Conservancy and also from myself and Amelia Bai. Just sounded like not as many letters as I was expecting to hear of opposition. I don't know if you can check to make sure you have it on record, or if I...
In the meantime, can you please state your position?
Yes, I am opposed to the build. I'm very concerned about, I appreciate that the Mustos have looked into doing remediation. I would like to know that those plans are realistic. Saying that they're going to do it is different than it being a realistic plan, as mentioned by Deb, or maybe it was whoever it was mentioned that the drainage on Hawthorne is not adequate. I'd like to know that whatever their plan is realistic. I've been living here since 1998. And I've watched as the flooding has gotten worse and worse. I would like also to point out in one of the videos that Deb Allen and Andy Asperoff sent in regarding some flooding that happened in June. That was after a day of a moderate rain. If you look in that video, there's a white fence there, and you can see a high water line that's several feet high. It's not a small amount of water. It's an enormous amount of water. It's sitting over a floodplain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are two more people.
Please be brief and add the information.
Jackie Delisi, please. can you speak and make sure to...
Hi, my name is Jackie DeLisi. I'm a resident at 46 Sycamore on the corner of Sycamore and Hawthorne, about a block away from the proposed project. I am very much opposed to this project for a number of reasons, and I think my neighbors have stated it well. The biggest concern that I have is around flooding. My house has flooded twice in the 20 years that I've lived here, and I consider myself lucky that it's only happened twice. And when, as Amelia and Shirley just said, when our house has flooded, it's not just a little bit of water, it's like bailing us out with buckets and pumps. So there's a big flooding concern that I have. I am also concerned that this project is too big for the space, and I'm concerned about how that's going to look and whether it will fit with the neighborhood and the peaceful and calm feeling that we have here most of the time in our neighborhood. And finally, the Mustos came, as was described earlier, they came to 2 meetings. They presented the project. They took questions. I really appreciated it, but I didn't see them come back with the plans for what will be done. As was just described, they talked in the second meeting about efforts to mitigate some of the flooding that they would put in place, but they don't have those plans. And so I would really appreciate more, if this is a project that they really want to push through, I'd appreciate more communication and more concern for the neighbors' concerns.
Thank you. Last raised hand.
Okay, the last person is Deborah. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Deborah Donaldson, and I reside at 69 Hawthorne Street. Our main concern, biggest concern, is the severe flooding. We've lived here for 52 years, and the flooding is just getting worse. It's not just the rainwater or the water coming in from our basement door. It's also coming up from our sump hole. We have an automatic pump in the sump hole.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we understand the flooding issue. Is there... I'm going to let the last person speak, and if it's about flooding, just state that in your opposition or support.
Okay. Marco Marcinki.
Actually, it's Lubomir Haida. It's the same residence, the same building at 1820 Oak Street. Am I on?
Yes. Are you in support or opposition? Please be brief.
I'm the co-owner of the property on 1820 East Coast Street, lived there as owner since 1973, so it's over half a century. This area in my backyard is about the lowest, I think, area among all the abutters to the property. I have put in a great deal of effort and money into fixing problems connected with the flooding, which of course is partly due to nature because of the low-lying ground, but also it is exacerbated every time that there is a rain. I would also add to what other people have said about the flooding problem and the expense and the inconvenience that we have children for whom this is a play area, and whenever there is flooding, as I say, exacerbated by building and construction.
Are you for or against this project?
The children are deprived and are in danger of, because of the pond-like area that is created for weeks on our property. So I am in opposition very much to this proposal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I reply?
Yes, this would be your opportunity to briefly
I won't take long.
Address Senator Reese. Thank you.
I would like to reply to my neighbor Deb Allen. I am willing to incur the cost of this job. So this floodwater drain that's being installed behind 6 Sherman Street, that's going to reduce the water level for all of these people who live around this area, don't have to worry about the cost of it. I'm willing to accept that cost, and I would link it to this permit. And as far as Sherman Street itself, it's important to remember we get all the water from Augustus Avenue that comes down Sherman Street because of the speed of the water that hits Poplar. I would be installing a manhole in Sherman Street for drainage just for the Sherman Street water. So I'm installing 2 systems here, one on Sherman Street and then one behind number 6 Sherman Street. And the pipe, I've been told by John Sullivan at the Boston Water and Sewer that there's an existing pipe on Sherman Street, it's just for rainwater, it's not for sewage or anything else, that we would be able to tie into that pipe on Sherman Street through Diane Bronchuk. So once again, I feel bad for my neighbors in this water issue, but this has been going on for probably 100 years since this neighborhood was designed, yet nobody has stepped up and corrected it. So I'm here and I'm asking for support for my project, and in return, I'm willing to address this issue, not just me. It has, plans have to be designed and submitted, but I'll do everything within my power to correct this water problem so all these neighbors can relax in the future when we do have rainstorms. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
No, but I'm Deb Allen. I'd like to speak as well.
I'm sorry, this is the time for the board. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Yes. Madam Chair, I'd like to put a motion forward. So I guess they're kind of a companion case. So I like to put forward the motion first for 668 Sherman Street to approve the property line division. So that's going to be a motion for that. And then for the 4 Sherman Street, 2.5-story, 2-unit townhouse proposal, I like to put forward a motion with 2 provisos, a motion of approval with 2 provisos. One being that the project undergoes BPDA designed site plan and review to specify specifically permeable surfaces for the parking aisle and parking on 6 Sherman, and to remove the other front yard parking on 6 Sherman. So that is to address some of the potential blockage of water kind of penetration into the soil. The other proviso is that the applicant needs to submit civil engineering drawings to propose a stormwater management system on their property that would not exacerbate the water conditions locally on the site. And then this is then a recommendation that the applicant and the civil engineer work with Boston Water Sewer to try to bring forth the concerns of the block. But that should not necessarily address, that should not necessarily kind of block the applicant's 4th project in regards to building the 2.5-story, 2-unit townhouses on the property.
Okay, that was lengthy. Is there?
Yeah, I mean, so I can summarize it, right? So the BPDA design review and site plan.
Got it.
Okay, got it. Great.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Stenbridge.
Yes.
Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell.
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
No.
The chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, we have case BOA 1732976 with the address of 1082 Commonwealth Avenue. If the applicant and or their representative are present, would they please explain the case to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Justin Burns. I'm an attorney with Polgini & Norton, business address 10 Forbes Road, Braintree, Massachusetts. I'm here on behalf of the proponent for 1082 Commonwealth Ave. This is a fairly simple project, so the description will be brief. 1082 Commonwealth Ave is currently a mixed-use building with 40 residential units and 1 garden-level commercial unit, which is currently vacant. We are proposing to convert that underused commercial unit into a new rental unit to make the building a fully residential building. The new unit would be a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit and have approximately 634 square feet of living space. The unit in its current commercial form has an entrance up on the corner of Commonwealth and Naples with stairs leading down to its doors. This entranceway, the store would be replaced with the window, and that would be the extent of the external work to be done for this project. All other work would just be strictly internal. And the unit will be accessed, as all the other garden level residential units are, through the communal residential entrance. And that's about it. Very simple project. The developer feels it would be beneficial to take this commercial unit, which is a bit out of place given its location in the building and the use of the building around it. And it's been turned over multiple times in the past few years, and we feel that turning it into a residential opportunity would be a greater use for the surrounding community. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Hampton if he's on.
Are you on, Mr. Hampton? I think he is.
My question's mainly around the recommendation. I see that the planning department has recommended design review, and I'm just questioning whether the scope of work rises to that level, since I think the applicant just said it's only really a window that would impact the external changes.
Yeah, window, and I believe they're removing just the stairwell down to the entranceway. So yeah, that's the extent of it.
Mr. Hampton, I see you're on. Can you respond to Ms. Wheel's question?
Or just need something for my colleagues to consider as the hearing progresses. So.
Thank you, and we can continue, and hopefully he'll circle back. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's have public testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This applicant completed ONS's community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on July 28th of this year at which no concerns were raised. The applicant met with the Alston Civic Association, which has submitted a letter in support of this application. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion of approval with Planning Department design review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Barraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1766156 with the address of 69 Kilmarnock Street. This is an Article 80 case. If the applicant and or the representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Goggin, Poston and Stores, with an office located at 1 Post Office Square. I'm appearing today on behalf of the applicant, 69 Kilmarnock Street Properties, LLC. The applicant is an affiliate of Samuels and Associates. This project also involves a component for Boston Children's Hospital. We've got members of both teams, as well as the group that worked on this, to answer any questions at the end once I've had an opportunity to go through our slide. Just for wider context, this project includes 2 components. Component 1 provides 45 patient family housing units for Boston Children's Hospital, and component 2 provides approximately 44 multifamily units, including 8 on-site affordable units. For site context, as you can see here, 69 Kilmarnock Street is located in the Fenway neighborhood, proximate to the Boston Children's Hospital campus. Next slide, the existing conditions. Here you see there is a vacant single-story building previously used for retail and as a temporary construction office with surface parking located to the rear. Next slide, please. As noted at the beginning, this project was recently approved by the BPDA. It was a notice of project change that was approved by the board on February 13th, 2025. If you mind staying on that slide just for a moment, thank you very much. As I noted, this is a notice of project change. There was a previously approved program that contemplated 8-story, 77-unit residential building with only 3 affordable units. As I mentioned earlier, this is a 2-component project that has institutional patient family housing. These units allow parents and families of children undergoing care at Boston Children's Hospital the comfort of staying in housing near the hospital during obviously a very difficult time in these folks' lives. Component 2, as we said, 44 units residential, including the 8 on-site affordable, which is an increase from the previously approved program. This project incorporates passive house design and an all-electric building system, and the zoning relief requested here is actually less or similar to zoning relief previously granted for the prior program. Next slide, please. Here you see the site plan. This is a corner lot located at the corner of Kilmarnock Street and Queensberry Street. That's a reason for some of the zoning relief that we had to request for this project. As you can see, the 2 components, component 1 and component 2. Component 2 is on the left, component 1 is on the right. You can see the red line that divides those. You can also see on the plan east along Kilmarnock Street, there's an improvement for the MBTA bus stop that's there as well. You see the little bump out that promotes accessibility to that bus stop. Next slide, please. Here we just show some typical floor plans. On the left-hand side, you'll see typical floor plans for the 1st through 6th floor. The left-hand side, you see component 2, right-hand side component 1. And then on the right-hand side, where you see the 7th and 8th floor, you just see for component 2 there, as it's the only one that has the 7th and 8th floor. Next slide, please. Here's a rendering. This is the view, the street view from the corner of Kilmarnock and Queensberry Street. As you can see here, the project is consistent with the scale of the neighboring buildings, and the design is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And then just to touch on some of the project's benefits, the streetscape improvements include new street trees, new sidewalks with enhanced accessibility, landscaping and bike racks. Transportation, there will be no on-site parking provided here. The enhancements to the MBTA bus route 55 that we discussed, and then $75,000 blue bike contribution. With housing and social, as noted, there's the 8 on-site affordable units. This will also provide additional housing stock to Boston's undersupplied market and permanent and temporary jobs creation. On the sustainability and resiliency side, passive house design, all electric, and smart utilities compliance. At this point, we're happy to take any questions that the board may have about the project.
Questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. At this time, the Mayor's Office would defer to the judgment of this board. Some background information on the community process. This went through a Boston planning-led community process involving public meetings and engagement with the community. They received support from the Fenway Civic Association, which commended this proposal adding affordable units to the neighborhood, as well as providing an opportunity affording the families of children receiving care at Boston Children's Hospital a place for respite. They also noted the changes where they shrunk the FAR and the height, while also increasing the affordability that was being pursued. We're unaware of any concerns presently. With that, we'll reiterate we're deferring to the board. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Sam Courage, please.
Hi everyone, Samantha Courage from Councillor Sharon Durkin's office. The councillor is in support of this proposal. She's particularly excited about the housing aspect and is looking forward to this project. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next we have Kristen Simonelli.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both G-card letters from the applicant.
Thank you. And we have Ebony Da Rosa.
Hello, my name is Ebony DeRosa. I'm a senior project manager in the Development Review Division of the Planning Department. This project before you was approved by the BPDA board on February 13th of 2025. The project underwent an appropriate Article 80 review for its size and impact, which included extensive collaboration with the Planning Department, Counselor's Office, and the community. Thank you.
We don't have additional comments, Madam Chair.
With that, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, make a motion of approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we've reached 11 o'clock, so I will ask at this point if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11 o'clock time frame. Hearing none, then we'll move on to case BOA 1762993 with the address of 17 Bradbury Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Thank you, Ms. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street here on behalf of the applicant, Dan Yustev. And we also have Eric Zackerson from Context, who's the architect for the proposal today. What you're looking at in this first slide is a rendering of the proposed project. It is to erect a new 3-story, 3-unit residential building with 3 exterior parking spaces, and that will be accessed through an existing driveway, curb cut, that'll serve as a shared driveway with 15 Bradbury. My client owns that abutting building at 15 Bradbury, and we are creating 3 spaces in the rear for 17, and then we have a garage in the back of 15 that will house 2 additional spaces. If we can go to the next slide, please. On the left, it's a little hard to see, but there we go. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. That's just an aerial view of the housing stock. This particular area is a 3F, 4,000 square foot area, which is exactly why we felt that a 3-unit building would create housing, but also fit the context of this mixed use area. You can see the building directly to the left of us is an existing 3-unit building at 19 Bradbury, and then across the street you can see the mix of housing of 3 units in condo buildings across the street. We can go to the next slide, please. The existing conditions, it's a complete asphalt open space lot right now. It's been like that for years. My client acquired it and felt that creating residential housing was the best fit, but also something that fit within the context of the existing buildings. And in the recommendation of approval from the BPDA, they actually state, the planner, that this particular project furthers the goals for the Alston-Brighton needs assessment to create housing in underutilized lots, but housing that actually fits the context of the neighborhood, which we feel this does. If we go to the next slide, please. Now we just get into the plans, and you can go to the next slide, Mr. Ambassador. These are all proposed 3-bedroom units, 1,320 square foot. As I mentioned, they would have off of that driveway. If we could stay on this slide for a moment,
You can see there's the driveway is 10 foot 2 inches, and when we go into the back, we actually wanted to accommodate the neighborhood for some parking, but also wanted to create green space where this lot has none right now. So in the front, we're putting that whole green area that the rendering showed. We're actually going to be planting 2 trees in front and a new tree in back. We also have a whole section in the back. There's going to be a paved area for a paver patio for the first floor. Then all of the other area on the back will have green space as well. So we tried to accommodate open space that's usable, but also to accommodate parking to take cars off the street. You can go through the plans too. The layout of the building is very consistent, so with neighboring parcels. So the violations that were mentioned, 1 off-street parking, so 1.75 would be required, but we're actually creating 3 and 1 for 1 we felt was fair, and we're also creating that green space. We also got cited for lot width and frontage, but this is completely typical of the 2 lots next to us, so we're lining up very similarly with some green space in front. And then our FAR, what's allowed is 0.8. We're at 1.1, which is slightly over, but, and it was actually mentioned in the EPDA context that most of the lots in this area do not conform with FAR, and the ones right next door, the 3-family is a 1.28, so we're actually smaller than that one and many of the other buildings on the street. So we really tried to conform with the zoning as best as we could. We do not have a roof deck on the building, but we did put rear decks for just some additional space for the 2nd and 3rd floor neighbors. With that, and just want to mention, we started out, we had asked, the neighbors had asked if we were going to do rental or condo, and we switched to a condo development based on the feedback that we had heard. With that, I can pause to answer any questions that the board.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll take public testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. C. Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner has completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on July 30th of this year, at which direct abutters raised concerns about rodent issues on the parcel, a deed restriction affecting what could be built on the parcel, concerns regarding density, and concerns about usable open space. The proposal was presented to the Alston Civic Association, which has submitted a letter of support to the board. Our office has also received 1 letter of opposition that has been forwarded to the board. With that background, we defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anthony Dizzodoro.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tony Dizzodoro, representing the Alston Civic Association. We would like to go on record in support. I want to reiterate Attorney Drago's comment about the neighborhood interest in having these as home ownership opportunities with a 13% owner occupancy rate, one of the lowest in the city. We strongly encourage the proponent to pursue that avenue and to construct 3 home ownership opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Moira Craig.
Hello, this is Norma Craig from Councilor Braden's office. Councilor Luciano support this project with the understanding that this will be a condominium project and that the proponent will use permeable pavers in the driveway. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Put forward a motion of approval with the provisos that plans are submitted to planning for design review to ensure the new building facade aligns with the current buildings on Bradbury Street and ensure that parking meets maneuverability requirements.
There a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Benabrazo?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll move on to the hearing scheduled for 11 a.m. Again, we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from this timeframe. And with that, we'll move on to case BOA 1730672 with the address of 2 Century Hill Place. If the applicants and/or their representative are present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Nick Landry from DRT. We're the architects for the project, and I believe that Andrew Brunner is also on the call. I'm not sure if he's been elevated to a panelist.
Yes.
We're here. Oh, great.
Also there. Thank you.
So we're here today to present a project at Andy's home on Beacon Hill at 2 Century Hill Place. We're looking to increase the living space on the 3rd floor by adding a dormer at the rear, and then also a head house and a roof deck. We can go to the next slide, please. So this renovation's triggered 2 violations, FAR violation and rooftop restriction for the roof deck and the head house. We're currently at an FAR of 2.8. And with this renovation, we'll be at an FAR of 3.0. We're adding about 177 square feet in total. It's about 62 square feet on the 3rd floor with that rear dormer addition, and 115 square feet at the head house on the roof deck. The reason for the renovation, the Brunners have been at this home for 6 years. They currently have 3 children, and they intend to stay here. And this additional space is helping their family grow in place. If we go to the next slide, please. So Century Hill Place is kind of a walking street off of Revere. You can see on the left is where the 3rd house in, where it says sidewalk on the right-hand side, that's Revere Street. So we're the 3rd building down, number 2 Century Hill there. And you can see on the right-hand side, the proposed plan shows the new roof deck in that small, the new roof deck in the small head house there. Go to the next slide, please. So this is a view looking down from Revere Street on the left-hand side. You can see that red outline is our building. You won't be able to see this roof deck or the head house or the rear dormer from the street or from any public street. The view on the right-hand side is from Phillips Street, and you're looking up the hill, and we're kind of behind the brick building on the right-hand side. Because of that, Beacon Hill Historic deemed we didn't need to go through Beacon Hill Historic because you can't see it from a public street. We did have an abutters meeting and a civic meeting, both of which went very well. If we can go to the next slide. There was one comment that came back from one of the rear neighbors on the abutters meeting. We originally had kind of a larger, darker roof structure. We've added this glass to it because they were hoping to kind of make the whole structure feel a little bit more light. So that's why you might see this skylight in this view. It wasn't in the original design that was submitted for permit. Everything else is the same. The size of the head house is the same. You can see that head house is kind of toward the back, and then there's a deck that surrounds it. The dormers are on the top of the page on the rear as well. Next slide, please. So today it's a 3-story house without a roof deck, and we're proposing to add that head house toward the rear, which is about 115 square feet, give or take, and then a dormer on the rear of the property as well to add some more square feet to the living area to the 3rd floor. We can go to the next slide, please. This is just a view this is a view looking head on. If you're standing in the alley, it's not a view that you can that I think you can see, just because of the elevation, you can see that the roof deck and the head house. But if you're actually standing at ground level looking up, you won't be able to see the head house or the roof deck. They're set back far enough that you won't be able to see them. Go to the next slide, please. This is a view from the rear. So again, we had added more of that glass at the roof to try to lighten the feel of the head house for the neighbor at the rear. Go to the next slide, please. So you can see we have we're the house in the middle there with the head house and the roof deck. There's already an existing roof deck to our right and several other roof decks in the area. I think it's very common up on the hill. And we're proposing all the materials will be matching what's there today. So we'll be matching existing full face brick and slate roofs. And I think that's the end of the presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to circle back.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This applicant has completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on July 8th at which no concerns were raised. The Beacon Hill Civic Association is in non-opposition to this application. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Samantha?
Hi, Sam.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Samantha with Councilor Jerkin's office. The councilor is in support of this proposal. She's been in contact with the butters to this project, and with BHCA's comments in mind, she would like to go in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay. With that, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'd like to prefer a motion of approval with a proviso that the project receives Beacon Hill Architecture Commission design review approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Barraza?
Yeah.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1769201 with the address of 19 to 21 West 3rd Street. This is also an Article 80 case. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I represent Cedarwood Development and its principals, David Winnick and Dave Mateo. Also here today is the project architect, Shane Losey. The project site is approximately 7,752 square feet in size, located at 19-21 West 3rd Street in South Boston. The site is currently the location of a 2-story commercial office building with surface parking and is bounded by West 3rd Street to the north, A Street to the east, Athens Street to the south. The proposed project is located approximately 500 feet from Broadway Station on the MBTA's Red Line, as well as the number 9 and number 11 bus lines on West Broadway. The proposed project consists of a new 6-story mixed-use building to contain 35 residential condominium units for sale, including 17% income-restricted units pursuant to Article 79 inclusionary zoning requirements. There will also be a ground floor commercial unit of approximately 821 square feet. Also, the ground level will host a garage parking for up to 10 vehicles, as well as long-term secure storage for 35 bicycles and 8 short-term covered and secure visitor bike parking spaces within, not covered, but bike parking spaces within the public right-of-way. Shane Losey is the architect. He'll walk the board through the architectural drawings in a moment. I will speak to the zoning and the requested zoning relief. The site is located in the South Boston Neighborhood Zoning District within an MFRLS multifamily residential local service zoning subdistrict under Article 68. There's a violation for insufficient lot size for the additional units over the maximum 1 supported by a minimum 5,000 square foot lot. Under current zoning, 35 units would require an unbelievably large 39,000 square foot lot. This does not reflect present density in this area of South Boston. While the proposed building is contextually appropriate in this mid to high density neighborhood.
Relief is required for the side and rear yard setbacks. Proposed building would run side lot line to side lot line, which is typical for this area. With respect to the rear yard setback violation, it should be noted that this is a block-through lot, and the rear lot line is actually a front lot line on Athens Street, where the modal alignment is being met. There's a violation for excessive floor area ratio. Allowed FAR in this area is a meager 1.5, while the proposed FAR, which again is contextually appropriate, is 4.68. There are violations for insufficient parking and loading, as well as for the design of the 10 proposed off-street parking spaces. At least 42 spaces will be required here by zoning. This site is an approximately 5-minute walk from the Broadway Red Line station, as well as the many retail and commercial offerings of West Broadway. This location has a walk score of 94, a transit score of 88, and a bike score of 72. In terms of parking design, all of the spaces are 18 feet in length rather than 20. One space is 8 feet wide rather than 8.5 feet wide, but 5 of them are over 10 feet wide. While the zoning code still contains the requirement, a dedicated loading bay is typically not required by the city for a building of this size. The proposed... I'm sorry, I didn't. The proposed project seeks zoning relief for exceeding maximum building height, which is only 35 feet in the relevant MFRLS subdistrict. This proposed 6-story height is truly appropriate in this area, where many other buildings in the same zoning subdistrict range from 5 or 6 stories, with a couple being over 10 stories. Finally, before I turn it over to Shane Losi, a bit more detail on inclusionary zoning. As I mentioned, this is a condominium unit project. Project will provide 6 IZ units for approximately 17.14% of the total number of units and 17.33% of the residential square footage. The 3 IZ units will be made available for households with incomes greater than 80%, but not more than 100% AMI. If there are no questions on the zoning, I would propose to turn it over to Shane Losi to quickly take the board through the architectural drawings.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Shane Losi with 1507 Architects and representing Cedarwood Development, or the Cedarwood Group. So here we have the existing site plan. You kind of see the 2-story building that George discussed to the right of the lot. Takes up, a small percentage of the lot now. The rest is all asphalt, all the way from the West 3rd Street back to Athens Street. You can see the pork chop shaped lot. Athens Street is on the narrower end on the southern side of this page. Next slide, please. And so here we have the proposed building on the same lot. As you can see, the ground floor takes up the majority of the lot. At the rear, we do step back 15 feet, I believe, at the second floor and up to get a little space in the back, which is a similar situation as the building in front of us on the corner of A and Athens. Next slide, please. This is just a rendering of the exit front. We'll get back to that in a minute. Next slide. So here, just location-wise, you can see the site in the orange pork chop shape. West 3rd is to the northeast, Athens to the southwest. A Street is running diagonally to the southeast on this. You can kind of see the angle of the site where West 3rd and West 2nd kind of come together at that point that you can see at the top of the page. Also, the T logo represents Broadway Station, and you can see the proximity to the site. And so West Broadway runs at that bottom angle from the T logo to the bottom of the page. Next slide, please. Just some more context from aerial views. You can kind of see the buildings around the site. There's newer buildings right across the street from West 3rd. You see that 6-story building that was recently completed. There's another one at 0 Athens to the right of our site in this picture. And then the 50 Broadway project behind us, across the street from Athens, a similar scale to us. And there's a building being built at the corner of A and West 3rd to the left of our site in this slide. There's another 5 stories. Scroll down, please. Again, just some more context, similar, just different views. You see the Gillette project across to the left of our site here. Keep going. Here we have the existing street context for our street photos. So we have on the top left, the existing front elevation along West 3rd, where we see the existing 2-story building, the brick building with the white stripe through the middle of it. That's the existing building on the parcel. To the right behind the fence is the existing parking lot that runs back to Athens. On the top right, we just have the same view from, excuse me, the corner of West 3rd and A Street. Looking back, there's a three-family style building next to us. And then right now, there's being constructed a 5-story building to the left of that white building that's here now. And then on the bottom, you just see that again from the other direction, from the corner of West 2nd and West 3rd, looking back at the site, you can see the white stripe on our building to the middle of the picture. Next slide, please. Here we have the elevation along Athens, the existing sort of narrow piece that runs back to Athens. The building to our right sits 4 stories at the street front, and then there's a step back 5th story. You can kind of see at the angle here. And then again, just some more context. Top right is down Athens further, looking back towards A Street, and we see that 5th story of that building next to us. And you can kind of see the 6-story building in the background that was recently completed across the street on West 3rd. If we scroll down to the bottom of the page, we have the view from, just up a little bit, from A in Athens, looking back to the site, which is at the end of the bluish gray building. Next slide, please. Here we just have it zoomed in. A photo again showing that sight line, the large parking lot that's existing on the site. Our building is the one labeled Group 1 Partners, so that's the existing 2-story brick building on the site. Next slide, please. And just highlighting that site again. Next slide. Here we just have a diagrammatic site plan. So right now there's no green space on the site, so we're proposing to add street trees along West 3rd Street. And then you can kind of see how we are through lot to Athens on the left of this sheet. The driveway accessing the parking will be off the back of Athens, which is sort of a pseudo alley as it is to the buildings that are there now. So we're filling in all the curb cuts along West 3rd Street to create another space or 2 of parking there on street. And then we are also proposing planters at the street level along West 3rd that would be inset into the storefront that we have along that street. Next slide, please. Here we just have some renderings of the proposal. We can come back to this in a minute. Again, just some more, so we see the building in context with the other buildings at 6 stories. Next slide. This is just analysis of the building matrices. Next slide. Again, we went over the site plan, so we can move on to the next slide. The lighter spaces are the setbacks at the first floor. So the darker orange is the 6-story portion, while the lighter orange is the 1-story pieces at ground level. Next slide. Here we have the floor plans on the left, the garage plan at street level with the 10 parking spaces accessed off of Athens Street at the back of the building. At the front along West 3rd Street, we have a small commercial space. We have the building entry, a space for 35 bike spaces, and then access for trash room and utilities on the far left. As we move to the second floor, you see the layout, which is pretty typical for the next 4 stories. And then the 5th story changes a little bit, but it's the 7 units that take up the majority of the site in this sort of similar layout. Next slide. And here we have the upper floor. This is the 6th floor where we have a step back of the bay along Athens Street as that flattens out. And then we have the roof level where we have some roof space and amenity space for the building. Next slide. Here we have the front elevation. This was dealt with working off of some of the angles of West 2nd and West 3rd and the adjacent building. So we have this sort of folded brick facade that kind of plays off of some of those pieces. The decks get inset into it so that the form remains, the decks don't come off, but they set into the building to really emphasize that form of the folded angles that we're trying to achieve. Next slide. Just some renderings of that. So we see sort of in place, the top right is the corner of A West 3rd, the 5-story building blocked out in the foreground that I discussed earlier on that corner that's being built right now. You see our building beyond with the 3-family in between.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time, the Mayor's Office would like to defer to the judgment of this board. Some background information on the community process. This went through a Boston planning-led community process involving various public meetings. The applicant also connected with 2 civic associations, the West Broadway Neighborhood Association, which was supportive of this proposal, as well as St. Vincent Lower End, which expressed concerns related to parking as well as density concerns. That information will defer to the board. Thank you.
And then we have City Councilor Finn's office.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Sydney Scanlon from Councillor Flynn's office. Councillor Flynn would like to go on record in support based on a good community process and work with the neighbors and the West Broadway Neighborhood Association. At the same time, however, Councillor Flynn acknowledges remaining quality of life concerns. He believes that it is also critical that the City of Boston begin to genuinely listen to legitimate concerns from neighbors on similar projects and impacts to South Boston's existing parking crisis by abandoning recent Boston Transportation Department parking guidelines of 0.5 parking spots or lower and adhering as closely as possible to the actual local zoning laws and regulations. Councillor Flynn respectfully asks that the proponent continue working with neighbors on any quality of life issues that arise during the construction phase and thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, this is a good project. I'm happy to support and make a motion of approval.
There is a second?
Second.
Mr. Stanbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Before we move on with the rest of the 11 a.m. hearings, we'll ask at this time if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11:30.
Yes, 100 Huntington Ave.
With me, please. And that request is for case BOA 1703445 with the address of 100 Huntington Avenue. Would you go ahead and explain, Attorney Drago?
Thank you, Ms. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of the applicant, we are seeking a short deferral. We've been working with the Back Bay Business Improvement Association on a community benefits package for this proposal, and we are scheduled to go late this month to meet with them again and go over some more of the details. So we would ask for a deferral until that is finished.
November 25th?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
November 25th?
Yes, that would be perfect. Thank you.
May I have a motion?
Motion to defer till November 25th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we received an email for an 11:30 hearing. This is for, pardon me, address 26 North Crescent Circuit. They're putting in a request to withdraw this proposal.
Okay. Is there a motion? I don't know if do we need a motion, Stephanie?
Yes, dismiss without prejudice.
Let me read it in the full voice. This is for case BOA 1703386 with the address of 26 North Crescent Circuit. I will make a motion to withdraw this case.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yeah.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. See, Mr. Linz, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Stenbridge, 87 Morris Street, please.
So this will be for two companion cases. The first being case BOA 1482368 with the address of 87 Morris Street, along with case BOA 1482374, also with the address of 87 Morris Street. Go right ahead, Attorney Linz.
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Good morning, Madam Chair, through the members of the board. For the record, Richard Linz, the business address of 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner requesting a deferral while we complete the G-card requirements for conditional use permit. So I think we should have that ready, hopefully by November. So our November date would be great.
Stephanie?
November 25th?
I'm sorry?
November 25th.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer these cases until November 25th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yeah.
Ms. Turner? Sorry, Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
If there are no further requests, we'll return to the hearing scheduled for 11 a.m. and go to case BOA 1717961 with the address of 438 Talbot Avenue. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yasmin, and I'm here representing 438 Talbot Avenue. So our zoning violation was insufficient rear yard. You can go to the second one. Yes, so we started the work. So the house had a fire damage, and we started the renovations with a short form permit, but then the inspector realized that actually we needed a long form because we had to rebuild the whole deck, one of the decks from outside, because it was way too damaged by the fire, the structure, and that's what triggered zoning. You can go ahead. Yes, so the required rear yard is 15 feet, and our proposed setback is approximately 5 feet. And so violation again, rear yard insufficient due to flush stair configuration. So next. Yeah, so here's the plans, but you can go next because I have pictures. Yeah, so our hardship justification for the deck rebuild was because we didn't realize that they built out, like there was a bump and it was way too damaged for due to the fire, so we didn't realize that we would have to rebuild everything. And the old bump was part of the house. It wasn't just a deck, but that deck is used for egress. So we had to rebuild the deck to comply with safety and egress codes. And now the new configuration doesn't have that bump, so the deck is actually attached to the house. You can go next. Yeah, so here you can see a before and after picture. So before there was a bump. Actually, the next slide has a better picture. Yeah, so there we go. So before the fire, we had that little bump and then the deck. But as you can see, the deck was already damaged from previous homeowner, I guess. And then that bump was very damaged inside. So for safety purposes and to meet the code, we decided to just remove everything and rebuild the deck completely. And now that's an egress, and that's why it has like an emergency from the top floor because there's a door there, and from the bottom floor. So next. Yeah, so the rear deck only slightly increased in footprint due to the flush stair landing. It's not visible from the street level. The house is like in the corner, so you don't really see from the street that deck. It's a quiet residential use. There's no commercial activities, so there's a very low impact on the neighbors. So we are requesting the dimensional variance from Article 69, paragraph 9, which allows 5 feet rear yard setback instead of 15. And it's just because of, it was a unique hardship due to the fire. We figured since the lot, it's kind of weird, it's kind of tricky to do like a better design. So it was very limited options on the design. And we decided to do what looked better, from the neighbor's perspective, street, and we also didn't want to cause any impact on the neighbors. It's compliant with the code right now, and it's way better as it was before. As you could see in the picture, everything was rotten. It was, it was basically falling apart. And right now, actually, we are closer to the house than to the lot line. So the rebuilt deck improves safety, egress, and even aesthetics. So it does look better. And we didn't have any intention on expanding the use. It was only to restore what was lost and to have the egress due to the doors. And it was a slight setback encroachment is due to the required safety updates. And the approval allows a family to safely use the rear yard access again and for their egress.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of a very lightly attended abutters meeting where no opposition or concerns were raised. Next, the proponent presented to Convent Square Civic Association, which completed the community process, and the proponent was approved to move forward. To date, our office has received 2 letters of opposition to the building of the rear decks, one from an abutter with the concerns for privacy as the stairs would be to the side of their apartment. They request that the stairs be rebuilt properly away from their property. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Second. Sorry, Mr. Stepp.
Yes.
Ambridge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Betta Barraza?
Yeah.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Chair votes yes, motion carried.
Next, we have case BOA 1738631 with the address of 475 Wells Street. If the applicant and/or the representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, thank you. I'm Anat Beck-Nachtigal from Derek Rubinoff Architects in West Roxbury, and I'm here to present homeowners Beth and Roger Badillo from West Roxbury as well. They own a single-family home, detached, and they want to put an addition, and the addition will be part of the second unit. We originally requested an ADU, but it was denied, so we had to come back with a second unit. If you please go down to sheet 2.0, I'll just go over the floor plans. Thank you. So the addition is mostly, it's a rear addition, 2-story, but the story starts at the basement level and first floor. So it's only 2 stories, but lower. And the side is sloping toward the back. On the basement level, it was already existing partial finished area. We're taking part of that to the additional unit and then adding that addition to the back and to be a living space. And on this first story, if we go to on the right side, so actually stay there please, there's a 1-bedroom. So the added unit is a 1-bedroom. It is for the an in-law unit. If you go to the last sheet, I'll just show the 3D views. So on the right side, it's the existing, and the lower areas, lower images are on the back. And the middle is the demo, to the right is the added unit. So the owners requested that the addition will be flat roof, so they can actually use it for open space. So there are 2 decks there. So it's also lowered the entire addition, and it's so the back is surrounded by trees, so it's really lovely. It's private, and it just it doesn't feel as intrusive to the back. If we go to sheet G0.1, I believe. Yes, thank you. So you see that the building is set a bit crooked on the lot. The lot is very small. It's only about 4,400 square foot. So what the violations are FAR, it's 0.4 requested. We have 0.38, so it's already existing. So pretty much any added finished area will set us at above the allowed. Of course, it's a forbidden use in a single family district. And we have deficiency of usable open space, deficiency of parking. The rear yard, the existing home is already within the setback issues, but then the added addition is there's a setback. And then also the same for rear yard. The addition is a little bit protruding over the setback. And that's pretty much conclude.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes, could you please expand on the reasons why the request for an ADU was denied?
Well, okay, so because we're putting an addition, currently in the West Roxbury zone, we are not allowed to request an additional unit within an addition, only within existing footprint.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, C. Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process, and our office would like to defer to the judgment of the board on this application. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on July 30th, at which no concerns were raised. The West Roxbury Neighborhood Council is in support of this application. Our office also received 6 letters of support that have been forwarded to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional hands raised at the moment.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge.
Yes.
Mr. Valencia,
Yes.
Ms. Wewell,
Yes.
Mr. Langham,
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza,
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1750079 with the address of 2 Bonad Road. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Is anyone here for 2 Bonnet Road?
Then we'll move on for now and come back to that.
Sounds good.
Which takes us to case BOA 1755706 with the address of 106 Sanborn Avenue. If the applicant and/or the representative is present for this case, will they please explain?
Hi, good morning. I'm James Rissling, architect of Ms. Sanborn and Ms. Sutliff, the owners of 106 Sanborn Avenue in West Roxbury. They have a growing family and would like to replace the existing half-story on their cape with a new second floor and walk-up attic. This is to build over the existing building footprint only. The project was cited with an insufficient side yard on the right-hand side of the property. So in this slide, you see the 1.5 story cape house, the existing front elevation. The roof and half story would be removed for a full second story and a walk-up attic. And this is the proposed elevations. You can see the front elevation. Again, this occupies only in the existing footprint of the existing house.
Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, is there public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office oversaw distribution of an informational flyer to all abutters in a 300-foot radius, which solicited no comments to our office. The West Roxbury Neighborhood Council is in support of this application. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay, with that, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
There a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Stenbridge. Mr. Stenbridge, you're on mute. Thank you. Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell.
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So now we will return to case BOA 1750079 with the address of 2 Bonad Road. If the applicant and/or their representative present, would they please explain the case to the board?
I don't see anyone from that case.
Okay, can I have a motion to defer?
Make a motion to defer.
Stephanie, can you give it? Sorry, can we get a date with that, Stephanie?
Let's do December 16th.
Okay, thank you and thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. With that, let's take a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Valencia?
Present, Madam Chair.
Ms. Wewell?
Present, Madam Chair.
Mr. Langham?
Present, Madam Chair.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Present.
Ms. Turner?
Present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Stembridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we go into the rediscussion cases for 11:30, scheduled for 11:30 a.m., we'll ask again if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from this time frame. And with that, we'll begin with case BOA 172-9459 with the address of 89 Condor Street. Is the applicant and/or their representative present? Will they please explain to the board?
Yes, good afternoon again, Mr. Stembridge, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Richard Lins. For the business address at 245 Summer Street, East Boston, on behalf of petitioner Fernando Dalfior. With me is Eric Zackerson, who's also the project architect. Can you jump down to the next slide, please? Probably a good place to explain it. Madam Chair, members, this project involves the demolition of an existing structure and the construction of a new 4-unit, 4-story residential dwelling. As you can see from the sort of bird's eye view of the context here, this is the lower Eagle Hills section of East Boston on Condor Street. You can see in the screenshot here that we have an evolving landscape of housing along this section of Condor Street, and that has been reflected in new zoning that's been adopted last year by the Boston Zoning Commission, designating this site as an EBR4 zoning district. Go to the next slide, please. The existing conditions are here. We have done an analysis of this property and to determine whether or not there's any historical significance. We find none. This will go through a full Article 85 process regardless, but just to point out to the board that there is no particular historical significance with this structure based upon our research and our review. We expect that the Article 85 process will not result in any type of determination of significance either. Next slide, please. Just to give you a context here, this is looking down Condor Street, which is a main thoroughfare through the lower end of East Boston. Across the street is some waterfront industrial, but also has been recently rezoned to allow for mixed use with higher density and higher heights. Next slide, please. Looking up the street, this is heading towards Day Square. You can see a mix of some industrial buildings which have recently been approved for conversion to residential. And you can see some newer construction on our side of the street as well. Next slide, please. Just our zoning abstract showing width of our lot is 25 feet, very typical for this area, about 87.5 feet deep. Next slide, please. You can see our site plan, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in detail. Let me just give the board a quick overview of sort of the history here of where we're at. So this was before the board previously. Under prior zoning, this was only limited to 2 units, and the dimensional controls that were in place for lot size and other regulations were a bit more strict. This would have required a number of variances under prior zoning. The board, based upon Plan East Boston, ongoing conversations with Plan East Boston, denied the application, and we waited until the zoning was amended. Based upon the amended zoning, we were able to go back and rework the plan a little bit so that we're essentially by right for dimension. The only significant variance that's required is parking. So as you can see here, we do meet our rear yard setback as well as our front yard setback. There are existing conditions on the site that are non-conforming with respect to both side yards. In the EBR4, you're required to have 5-foot minimum setback. However, there is a provision in the amended Article 53 that allows for existing non-conformities to remain. If we were to preserve a portion of the existing structure, we would get the benefit of both vertical and horizontal additions up to the height or the rear setback, regardless of whether or not there's non-compliance with the side yard setback. So we do maintain the 2 feet on the right. We've had conversations with a neighbor who was okay with that setback, and we've maintained 3.5 on the left, which we understand the neighbor there as well. Next slide, please. This is just our showing our site plan with our permeable area as well as lot coverage. The minimum permeable area for this district is 30%, we're at 42%, and our lot coverage is below the 60% maximum that is permitted. Next slide, please. I won't bore the board with floor plan layouts. These are all 1+ bedrooms, or they could be 2 bedrooms as well, depending upon how they want to be laid out. They're roughly around 950, 960 square feet each. And we do not propose any habitable space in the basement level, strictly limited to storage and utilities. Next slide, please. Just showing the upper levels as well as the roof deck that would be exclusive to the upper unit 4. Next slide, please. So with respect to our elevations, we did incorporate some aesthetics that we do find in Eagle Hill with this modified mansard roof. As you can see, we do set the roof deck towards the rear. And we show no windows on the right side of the building based upon our setback on the right side. Next slide, please. Showing our left side, we do have sufficient setback from the left side property line, so therefore we can incorporate the windows. And we have eliminated, based upon comments that we did here in the community process, some rear decks off the back of the building, making it creating a little bit more privacy buffer between us and the properties behind us. Next slide, please. And just a rendering that's prepared by the architect to show it in context. And as we see here, this 4-story, under 50-foot building would be compliant with the height and stories limits for the amended Article 53. So a couple of things I will point out for the board. So with respect to the relief for parking, there is no parking currently on the site. Because we are proposing a total of 4 units, we are required under the code to provide 1 parking space per unit. I would point out, ironically, for the board that if we were to reduce this to 3 units and create 2 parking spaces at the bottom, those parking spaces would not even be required. Amended Article 53 does not require parking for 1 to 3 units. It's only when you get to that 4th unit you have to have a spot. We would point out that the introduction of a curb cut at this section of Condor Street would be somewhat challenging. Condor Street is a very highly traveled street, and the proximity of the buildings closest to the front property line, I think, would make somewhat of a hazard backing out of driving out onto the street for this location. So even with 2 parking spaces and adding a curb cut to the site, we don't see a net benefit, and we think a variance is appropriate for the parking. As has been the case on other projects similar to this. We were cited, I will point out, just for purposes of the notice in the refusal letter, we were cited to the side yard setback. But as I mentioned, Article 5329 has provisions that allow for non-conforming conditions to remain, provided you do not exacerbate any of the non-compliance. So in this particular case, as long as we're staying within 3.5 feet or 2 feet on either side, we would be in general compliance with the purpose and intent of that section. Last, we were cited for front yard. There is a modal calculation that could be applied. We believe that can be easily addressed as part of any design review that the board may incorporate as a proviso. But the sliding of the building either forward or back should not be an issue from a design standpoint. And we do believe, and we understand that the Boston Planning Department has recommended approval for this project based upon its alignment generally with Plan East Boston. I'll pause there and answer any questions of the board.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't unmute fast enough. Does your neighbor know the Blue House? You have their support, correct?
Yes, the house to the right, Ms. Barraza?
Yes.
Yes.
They're fully in support. Are they aware that going up 1 more story at 2 feet would be completely blocking their view? They're only going to have really minimum kind of distance within that 3rd-story window.
Yeah, so they've participated in the community process. My client has done direct outreach throughout the entire process, even from the original proposal. There is some commitments to be made to that neighbor. I believe there's some landscaping and some other improvements to their property that we will incorporate as part of our project, and they were satisfied with those commitments that we made.
Okay, on their 1st and 2nd story, 1st and 2nd floor, are there windows along that alleyway that's already kind of being blocked by the existing structure at 89 Condor?
I'd have to jump back and take a look. I do know that 89 Condor is on that side, is within 2 feet of the boundary. I do see, you can see on the dorm right here, I believe, I would take a look on the street view, if we could go to the next street view, yeah. Hard to see. I don't know off the top of my head if they...
Maybe the architect can just let me know, because I do appreciate that you know, in your new proposal, there's like no windows, because it is literally an alleyway. You can't do that. You have to have rooms, occupiable kind of bedrooms that have access to light and air. So I just wanted to make sure that the existing conditions, you know, what is your adjacent structure in regards to the first and second story wall, adjacent wall? If the architect can just let me know, that would be great.
Yeah, I know Eric, we may have a street view as well that may show a little bit better at this Barraza. I'm not sure if we're on 1 or 2 slides. Yeah, this is probably the best one.
Yeah, is the question, do they have windows on their side of the building facing ours? Yes, they do.
Correct, on the first and second floor, correct, on that narrow alleyway.
I don't believe on the dormer, however. I think that's just framed out, but I do not believe it's only on the dormer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Eric's answer.
Oh,
yes, they do have windows on the first and second floor facing our wall. Will be,
so it's not going to be anything unfamiliar to them when you build up, when you convert that gable, and you basically build all the way up. Okay, great, thanks. I don't have any further questions.
Any other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 89 Condor Street, our office defers to the board's judgment. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting held on 5/5/25, which was attended by 3 community members. The feedback from this meeting was opposition to the proposal, and concerns were primarily concerning the uniformity to the neighborhood, the density of the area, retaining wall, and that was shared by direct abutters. The proposal was also reviewed by the Eagle Hill Civic Association at their meeting, and they voted to 6 in support and 11 opposed. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Marin.
Yes, hi everybody. My name is Stefan Marin. I'm from Councilor Coletta Zapata's office, and we just wanted to go on record opposing this project.
Okay, thanks. And next we have the person with engineering. Hello?
Person named engineering, are you here to speak?
For the next project, please.
Okay, next project.
All right, no additional comments, Madam Chair.
May I respond briefly, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So with respect to the report by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, I just think for contextual purposes, I believe most of the opposition was based upon the fact that we're not providing off-street parking for the project. We did, again, have that conversation with the community that introducing off-street parking at ground level would not really have a net benefit because of the curb cut. And we would just be creating 2 private spaces as opposed to taking away spaces on the street. And with respect to, I understand Councilor Coletta's position to stand with the Eagle Hill Civic Association in this instance, but this is exactly the type of project that aligns with Plan East Boston. This is the new zoning that a lot of time was spent on, so we worked to try to address those uses and dimensional requirements in fashion in this project.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll put forward a motion of approval. I think the lot's width lends itself to the variance as requested.
There a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Barraza?
I vote no.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have two companion cases. The first is case BOA 1671558 with the address of 390 Meridian Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1671561 with the address of 355 Border Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain these cases to the board?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Stenbridge and Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. We have the petitioner, Michael Filatico. I believe he is here as well. Corey McPherson is our architect. If we can jump down to slide 3, I'll try to be brief. I know you do have a lot of cases on, Madam Chair. So quick site overview. This involves an existing through lot at 390 Meridian Street is the original address. A little over 5,000 square feet. 390 Meridian Street is an existing 3-unit dwelling. This building does have a bit more significance, and therefore preservation of this building is something that the Eagle Hill Civic Association felt very strongly about with respect to any development on the site. Because this is a deep through lot that essentially has frontage on 2 main streets, we are proposing a subdivision and the creation of a new 4-unit residential dwelling on the Border Street side. Can we go to the next slide, please? So currently there is an existing garage. It's not functional. It's more or less used for storage, relatively narrow. You can see there's a pretty extensive curb cut on this side. This section of Border Street is somewhat mixed industrial, but with new zoning, there seems to be certainly a lot of interest in redevelopment of a lot of the sites along this side of Border Street. Our proposal would involve the demolition of this particular building and then with the subdivision, create a new 4-unit residential building. Next slide, please. So just showing the zoning district as EDR4, very similar to the last presentation we made. You can see the depth of this lot is pretty far, and with it being a through lot, the rear yard setback, ironically, for the existing structure, there is no rear yard setback currently because of the through lot condition exceptions in Article 53. Because of the subdivision, where we add the property line, if you jump to the next slide, please, I think we have that. Maybe one more after this. Yeah. So with the subdivision, we do create 2 lots, which are generally similar in the size of lots that we do see in the Eagle Hill neighborhood. The 390 Meridian, we're proposing no work, so there'll be no demolition. There's a very small portion of that building, which I've highlighted in red, that would be in the new rear yard setback. However, because we're not proposing any changes to the existing building, we believe that's a condition that can remain with the improvements that we're making to the experience in between both buildings. On the left side, we do see the proposed building at 355 Border Street, which for all intents and purposes complies with all setback requirements, including the 5 feet on each side that is required in the, or 5 feet minimum, I should say, it's a little bit more than 5 feet in the EDR4. We do set back the building at 29.4, which would be consistent with the required rear setback. There are rear balconies, and the code does not count in the calculation of building depth anything that's an uncovered balcony or stair. So while we do technically require relief for that rear setback condition, the building itself complies with the intent of the code when it comes to setback. Go to the next slide, please. It's showing the existing conditions. Next slide, please. The proposed conditions on the survey plan. Next slide, please. We go one more from here. Just our floor plans. I'll point out quickly, I know in the interest of time, these are all 2-bed, 2-bath, roughly 1,000 square foot units. Flat style unit on each level, so starting at lowest level 1, which would be ADA accessible with the similar units above with exclusive roof deck on the upper level. Next slide, please. Past this here. Showing our roof deck. Next slide. So just showing our elevations, 4 stories under 50 feet, which is allowed, so this would be compliant with the height. And showing the roof deck in this elevation, one of the things that the Eagle Hill Civic Association asked us to consider is eliminating the head house. We do have buildings behind us that are actually higher in elevation from Meridian Street, but we were asked to consider removing that head house, which we will do. we do require probably separate relief under the building code for that, and we will submit for that separately. But just to give the board an understanding of what the orientation of the height of the building looks like. Because of our setbacks on both sides, we're able to provide windows on both sides of the building as well. Next slide, please. Just showing the left side and the rear. Next slide, please. And just some renderings. So I will point out on the right side, in the past rendering, we did show the head house, which we will eliminate in favor of a hatch that will cut down on certainly the visibility issues looking over our roof. One of the things you will see too is we did set our building back consistent with the minimum setback requirements of the front yard. There is a modal exception that does apply on this part of part of Water Street. And as you can see, generally it's garages and other smaller residential structures. We felt that it was important to include some of that open space in the front to start creating hopefully a pattern along this section of Water Street that has some greening and some landscaping. Even though it doesn't exist both immediately left and right, we believe that there's likely development happening on those parcels in the future. And therefore, we're trying to sort of set the standard a bit to allow this setback consistent with front yard requirements. Certainly, we can look at that as part of our design review, and it's one of the reasons why I believe we were cited for rear yard. And we did present this to the neighborhood that seemed to be more in favor of having this front yard buffer rather than the decks being removed from the building. So that's one of the reasons we're requesting the relief on the rear yard for the decks. But certainly we can address that in design review if the planning department believes a modal setback is more appropriate. We have room to do that and certainly would eliminate the rear yard setback violation for the decks. Next slide, please. Oh, I think that might be it. Just so with respect to the relief that would be required, we do, for this one as well, for the same reasons, require parking. Again, if we were to incorporate parking at the lowest level, we would likely not even require it because we would eliminate a unit as well. In addition, as I mentioned, we were cited for the rear yard setback, and that's based upon just the positioning of the building here. We could move it forward and eliminate it, or maintain the open space in the front and the landscaping and request the relief. Other than that, I believe that the remainder of the regulations under Article 53 and Article 53 are compliant. And I believe the Boston Planning Department has indicated their recommendation for approval for this project as well. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 390 Meridian Street and 355 Border Street, our office defers to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting held on 3/27/25, and was heavily attended by community members. Additionally, we also received 6 letters in opposition to the proposal. The feedback from both the meeting and the letters received by my office were strong opposition, centering on the loss of green space, parking, and increased density, traffic and noise burdens, as well as cumulative overdevelopment of the Eagle Hill neighborhood, school-related congestion, and strong documented community opposition through letters. Community members also expressed opposition to the garage being removed, and as well as the fact that they believe that the applicant is subdividing the property to not adhere to the new Plan East Boston zoning changes. The proposal was also reviewed by the Eagle Hill Civic Association at their meeting on 3/27/25, and they voted 5 in favor and 15 opposed. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next, okay, we have engineer, please. I can say your name and address.
Yes, my name is Gabriel Dumitrescu, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, all the members of the board. So my name is Gabriel Dumitrescu. I own 388 Meridian Street, which is directly abutting both lots from Meridian Street to Border Street. So our concern is about our existing garage structure, the yellow building in the presentation. Since the new building is going to be 2 yards away from our structure, that's a slab of grade building as far as we know, and we might face like serious structural issues during the construction. Also, we are concerned about the integrity of the retaining wall, which varies between 5 and 12 feet along the common property line. There is a confusion in the proposal where it says that it's a new retaining wall proposed, and we don't understand what that means and how the work is going to be done if they want to create a new, like build a new wall between the properties. Our property is going to be affected also, because you can't build from one side only. We are worried. My husband and I invested a lot of money on our property to restore this historical building, and because of the new construction, our lot in the backside where the garage is, if us or future owners are gonna want to develop that part, our lot is going to become unbuildable with this new construction. Also, we are very concerned about the green spaces. Conceptually, originally, this area was aimed to be a unified green island by transforming the back of adjacent lots. The design was intended to establish a large green area, aiding in temperature moderation, fostering biodiversity. Currently, the existing surrounding green area sustains an impressive number of diverse species of animals and birds that are expected to be disturbed by the disappearance of green area due to the new building, which is oversized. There is an existing very old magnolia tree, it's a landmark, which is not shown in the proposal. Also, we are concerned about aesthetically and architecturally about the proposed property. Facing our property is just walls with windows, no concern about aesthetics. There is
Thank
also...
you. Please wrap up.
Yeah, so 30 windows facing our property. The proposed rooftop is clearly intending to leverage the harbor view as a selling point for the developers, effectively denying us a view that we currently enjoy. We purchased our property based for this, for the views also, and we're going to lose that. So,
thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Stephen Marine.
Hi, just from Councilor Coletta Zapata's office, and we wanted to go on record opposing this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brief response, Madam Chair.
Please.
I appreciate this is Demetrescu's comments. We have been on site. My client, engineer, architect, myself, have met with them personally. We went over all of their concerns, including the retaining wall that they're concerned with. We see no issues with the construction and certainly are going to take all necessary precautions and steps to address any of those concerns. Ultimately, the real issue we believe was that they wanted us to build something for them on their site. It was a little bit more of an ask than we are usually accustomed to. We're happy to continue working with them, but we believe that many of the issues that she's raised and she's concerned with we've addressed, including the creation of significant open space that's more usable between the two buildings, and to do everything we can to preserve any trees on site. We will also be incorporating street trees on the border street side. So I believe all of those concerns were addressed through this process, and certainly the Eagle Hill Civic Association vote was, reflective of the fact that the neighbor who recently spoke, was adamantly opposed to the project, and we believe had more to do with what we're not willing to do with respect to building on their site as it does with the real overall issues for this project.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the board? Are there other questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I will put forward a motion of approval with the proviso that the front yard setbacks increase to 3 feet and plans are submitted to planning for design review with attention to site planning design, including detailed views of the ground floor and entrances, as well as building placement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Beveridge.
Yes.
Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell.
Yes.
Mr. Langen.
Yes.
Ms. Bettabraza.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
No.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case DOA 1575584 with the address of 81 Lexington Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Once again, thank you, Mr. Stembridge. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Richard Lins, business address at 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Allison McHale. With me is James Christopher, project architect for this project. We're going to jump right down to the second slide to just sort of orient ourselves what we're looking at. So what we do see here, Madam Chair, are 3 lots. We see the one parcel at 81 Lexington Street, which is sort of screen top here. And then we have the 2 lots on the corner, which are, corner lot conditions with roughly around 18.5 feet wide by about 50 feet in depth. Our proposal would be to demolish the existing structure at 81 Lexington, combine all of the lots, and propose a single structure containing a total of 7 units. I would point out to the board that because this is 3 lots in the EBR3 district, there are scenarios in which an as-of-right project with no parking for up to 7 units works, and it's one of the reasons why we've considered the number of 7 units and why we're at where we're at. If you look at the 2 lots here in the corner, those would certainly accommodate a semi-attached 2-family dwelling with 3-foot setbacks on the sides, no setback in the middle, and the 10-foot setback in the rear. We could meet all of the requirements since there's a reduced amount of permeability that's necessary and an increased amount of lot coverage that's permitted. So a total of 4 units could be on those 2 lots and a standalone 3 on the one at 81 Lexington. Once again, because those would all be individual projects on separate lots, the number of units on one particular lot would not require any off-street parking. Our proposal, rather than doing 3 separate projects or 3 separate buildings, 3 separate services, is to combine and do it as one single building with a total of 7 units. With that said, we understand that some relief would be necessary, and considering that this was filed, and this, I will say this with some confidence, this may be the last case that this board will hear that was submitted under prior zoning. So a lot of the violations that were cited in the public notice have been eliminated, and we are left with only the remaining violations that would be triggered under Article 53 as amended. So first of all, I would point out that the floor area ratio that was cited, minimum lot size, lot area for additional dwelling unit, the lot width and frontage are no longer applicable under amended Article 53. So those are no longer even triggered under the current conditions. For our lot coverage, we're below the 75% maximum that's allowed for a corner lot. Because we would combine these into one parcel, a corner lot condition would exist, and 75% of lot coverage would be permissible. I believe we're at just over 51% of lot coverage. Same when it comes to permeable area, we're about 26% total of permeable area. 15% is all that's required for the corner lot condition EBR3, so we would be in compliance with that. Our building depth, where we would be at the longest point, this would be somewhat of an L-shaped lot, would be compliant. We would be less than 70 feet. And our total building footprint would be less than 3,000 square feet that is also allowed. So again, general alignment with the amended zoning under Article 53, and that's one of the things that James had done throughout this process is to ensure that the project evolved as Planning Boston was coming online, and certainly to address a number of those items. We are allowed to have up to 6 units on a single lot in the EBR3, provided that you have at least 55 feet of frontage. We would have that along Lexington Street, and therefore, because we exceed 55 feet, a 6-unit building would be permitted as a matter of right and would be allowed use. Once again, we understand we are proposing a total of 7 units, but I think I've explained to the board our philosophy in arriving at 7 units is that the as-of-right scenarios would certainly permit that. We do require relief in this instance for parking. We did look at some alternatives for parking or some options for parking. It is a bit tight based upon the topography of this land. Lexington Street sits higher than the back portion of the lot, and the entrance point, best entrance point would likely be off of Marion Street, made it somewhat of a challenge to even appropriate parking on the site. With respect to the planning recommendation, we understand that they did recommend denial, but once again, I would point out that the project would be a compatible fit. We do have a number of multifamilies that have been recently approved, recently built on this section of Eagle Hill, especially the first 2 blocks of Lexington Street. So I'm going to run through the plans quickly. I may have James just jump in as well. Let's try to get through this as quickly as possible. We can jump over that. So just showing how our building footprint sits. Screen bottom would be Lexington Street. The back of the property towards screen top with Marion Street to the right. You can see that we do meet the setback in the rear for the deepest portion of the lot. It's interesting because even though we are 10 feet on the right side, if you're looking at it from Marion Street, that would be in excess of a side yard condition, which is typically employed when you have a corner lot condition such as this. So we do meet the intent of what a side yard would be, allowing enough of a buffer between our building and the building that's located directly adjacent to us on Marion Street. The same could be said on the left side with our 5-foot setback, our 4-foot setback on the left side. Next slide, please. Just showing the existing conditions of the building that's on the site. It does illustrate the slope difference and the grade difference from Lexington going towards the back of the lot. Next slide, please. Again, existing condition. We can jump over this. We can skip over this as well. Sorry, this is our parking study. We can skip over that as well. Okay, so showing our ground level, we show building storage, sprinkler room, and our bike storage. We incorporated that in lieu of the concept for parking. We think some of the bike storage have an addition for that at that lowest level, which is generally not otherwise usable for habitable space. Made a good use of that space. We do indicate some landscaping buffering that would happen. That condition on the right side of the Marion Street view would allow for a nicer experience between our adjacent neighbor to our right and what currently exists today, which is basically a parking lot. Same with the rear, and you can see that we do have a pretty good amount of open space on the site and certainly plenty of permeable area to comply with the new regulations on Article 53. Next slide, please. Just showing our layouts of our units, and they're pretty typical layouts as we go up the building. This being the first level, we can jump to the next slide. Second level here, and we do a mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms, 4 1-bedrooms and 3 2-bedrooms. Slide here. And then our upper unit, and I'll let James jump in a moment, we talk about the elevations, but our upper unit does not extend all the way across. So we do have a 3-story condition on the Marion Street side and a slightly taller condition as we get further down Lexington Street towards some of the other structures. So next slide, please. So James, if you want to just jump in quickly and talk a little about the elevations here, that would be helpful.
Thanks, Richie. As a matter of note, when we first started this project and met with the Civic Association and the Butters, it was a much larger project. It was an 8-unit building with retail at grade, 4 stories. And when we went through the planning sponsor discussion, I think we got a much prettier building. The comment with the community was that they would prefer to see something that was more historically intriguing, so we went with the mansard roof. On the elevation 1, you can see that it's a 1-story mansard roof on the front, but it does go up to 2 stories on the left end. You can see that on elevation 2, that's looking towards the back of the building. That 2nd-story mansard is recessed for only the top floor unit. Next slide, please. So you can see that in this iteration here. This is the right side when facing. And the rear. Next slide, please. This is the existing site. You can see, just for context, the grade changes. We did study whether adding parking at grade was feasible, but even with the site constraints as they are, we really couldn't make legal parking spaces that would function. And we thought for the access and the location that the living space was a more viable option. Next slide, please. And then this is our proposed building. Again, we have that 2-story mansard on the left end. The eyebrows over the windows, very historically intriguing, and I think a much prettier building than what we started with. Next slide, please. This is the Marion Street view. Next slide. And there we see that 1-story mansard and the 2-story off in the back, which again helps to minimize the height and keep the overall feeling of the massing of the building down. And then next slide. And this is just some context, aerial context views. This is the existing area now. If you go down to the next slide, that's the proposed building there.
Thanks, James. And I would just add for the board, as I mentioned, there's been a lot of development activity in this section of Eagle Hill, where the housing stock has been somewhat lesser quality, in need of certainly a lot of TLC and renovations. And as you can see, some of the newer buildings that are along this corridor of Lexington Street all stand at 4 stories. And the church across the street certainly has a pretty decent height precedent as well. The idea was to sort of lower the corner when you're coming around Marion Street, but as you got a little bit further into Lexington Street, you can see that one building over, we're at 4 stories, and then diagonally across from us as well. So that's one of the reasons why we've adjusted the building to not make it a full 4-story all around. I believe that's it. I'm happy to pause there and answer any questions of the board.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a question. I understand the topography of the site, but I'm just wondering, what drove the choice of so much storage in the basement? That whole kind of partial, mostly below grade areas, storage for bicycles, and it just seems like a lot of empty space.
James, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so sorry, Rich. I think in general, with the basement, we wanted to keep the FAR down. We know that basement units are not seen as desirable from a city perspective, or frankly from a neighbor's perspective. And as I had mentioned originally, we had programmed a commercial space into this building, so we thought that maintaining the basement to provide some amenity space for the building, which would include storage and that stuff, as well as the bicycle storage room, which is accessed off of a ramp to the rear, so that you have one door entry and exit into the bicycle ramp, we thought was a viable option. And in terms of the unit count and the height, the 7 units is frankly where this project is financially viable. Our client at this point has had significant delays, and not through the ZBA's fault, but through ISD and the review process to get to this point. And we feel like she's been very amenable to work with the community and try to bring a project that meets the inherent intent of the zoning code changes.
Any other questions from the board?
I just have a comment. Are you able to work with the required height limits of 35 feet, or would that not allow you to do, I guess the 4th floor layout? Are you able to do this project within the 35-foot height limit?
I think it certainly it's going to reduce the unit or require us to reprogram the building. I know we have a mix. We try to get to a mix of larger 1-beds and certainly almost half 2-beds. My concern would be to get to that number. We probably would lose some of the 2-beds. These become a lot smaller units at that point. So that's one of the reasons why we've tried to. I don't want to say give half a loaf here and take it off of the Marion Street side, but we feel that square footage, makes this a much more viable project. We certainly think it's a much better fit than what's there today on existing building.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is the only thing that looks kind of out of context is the width of the building, and it was noted on the BPD that you propose 68, but 50 foot is required, and I don't have so much issues with the amount of units, but I do have an issue with it kind of not fitting in context. So the Marion Street facade works really well with the context with the bull front, and I'm just wondering if there's a way of developing that facade along Lexington Street to cut down that width of the building so it doesn't look so massive and out of context. But that's just kind of some feedback. I don't have any.
I'm no architect, but I did have a chance to talk with James about this, and one of the things that we were kicking around, the idea that almost made it look like 2 buildings, because this could be basically 2 structures if they were done by right. You would just have a gap between the Marion Street side and the proposed, I guess, standalone on Lexington. So I don't know all the details of this, but I'm assuming through some extensive design review, there could be some suggestions or recommendations to break up that facade along Lexington and almost give.
Yeah, it can still be one building. It's just, the way that you make it maybe appear too massing, or you bring in some of the elements of the both fronts along Lexington Street that might be able to break up that.
I would agree completely. I think we can absolutely work with the BPD on that. Even just a shadow line would go a long way to break up that long sheer wall.
Yep, great, thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions from the board? Madam Public Testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 81 Lexington Street, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting on 3/16/24, which, due to staffing changes, we cannot confirm the amount of constituents in attendance. Although my office did receive 2 letters in opposition to this proposal expressing concerns of insufficient parking during a critical parking shortage, increased traffic, and nonconformity with the neighborhood. Additionally, the proposal was reviewed with the Eagle Hill Civic Association, which convened on 3/27/24, and the association has voted on the proposal 0 in support and 12 opposed. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have a student.
Hi, my name is Stefan from Councilor Coletta Zapata's office, and we wanted to go on record opposing this project. Thank you so much.
Right. Yeah, briefly.
Mr. Hampton, can you weigh in? If you're on.
Yep. My apologies, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. We made a recommendation of denial without prejudice. We made note that they are tearing down a residential building to put up 7 units. In our recommendation, we recommended that it not exceed 6. And we're not really opposed to more residential units on this site, but piggybacking on what Ms. Baraza said, that context on that street on Lexington, that facade is just way too massive for our liking. So we're on record in opposition, denial without prejudice. We'd like to have no more than 6 units and that facade to be broken up.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just briefly, if I may, I just want to clarify for the record that the vote of the Eagle Civic Association was from 24. I believe, although I was not involved at that time, I believe that was the prior iteration of this project with full 4-story and large number of units. It has been since reduced, and it has gone back out to the community for further presentation. So I just want to make sure that's clear for the record that that was not.
Sorry, Mr. Linz, are you saying it did go back out or it did not?
I believe the Eagle Hill saw this iteration, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So they have no position, or do they have a new position?
They usually don't vote a second time, but they've been informed of the updates to the plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, just listening to Jeff Hampton with kind of his remarks, I would like to put forward an agreement to deny the project without prejudice, so the applicant can come back to us with a reduced count of units, preferably 6, and to really work on that Lexington Street frontage to make it work more along the way that the architect was doing Marion Street facade, so as to break down that length of that facade along Lexington Street.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
No.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Mr. Braza?
Yeah.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next, we have 2, actually, the next 2 companion and the following case have been deferred. So that takes us to case BOA 1723832 with the address of 1260 Boylston Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Daniel Brennan, permanent licensed consultant for Wonder. Here today to seek relief from Article 66, Section 14 for a large takeout use. The threshold for large takeout is 2,500 square feet. We're just over that by 519 square feet. I have Jason Botcher here to walk us through from Wonder on the presentation, give you a little context on the concept and how we're going to mitigate pickup and traffic concerns.
I'm sorry, may I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
I believe, if my memory is correct, you were deferred the last time to speak with BTD. Do we know if that occurred?
We shared some email concepts and we met again with Fenway Civic Association, but there wasn't a direct meeting between transportation and our team.
Okay, well, thank you.
Sure. Is Jason Botcher then updated to the panelists?
Yes, thank you, Dan. Appreciate the board's time again, being in front of you for a second time now. If the board would allow, I'd like to walk through the deck that I was unable to walk through the last hearing. That said, I will keep it quick. I know it's been a long morning and afternoon for you guys. So I just want to reintroduce you to the concept. Wonder is a new quick serve restaurant that is expanding into the Boston area, and we're looking to occupy 1260 Boylston here with our first location in Boston proper. That said, Boston, Wonder is a new concept and a new take on quick serve, and we differentiate ourselves in several ways, one of which is the way we partner with chefs and restaurants across the country to bring these restaurants and these chefs to neighborhoods like Fenway. So that said, we are really focused on providing accessibility. A lot of these restaurants and a lot of these partners, they wouldn't be able to support a standalone location in any one given neighborhood, but our means and our strategy allows us to expand these brands into neighborhoods and provide a wide variety of different cuisines in each of out of each of our retail locations. So that said, I think everybody's quite aware of how the landscape has changed post-COVID, and we are very conscientious of that, and our model is predicated on it. So not only are we focused on providing a very warm and welcoming environment, front of house wise, seat for dine-in customers or customers that are passing through, but also providing all of the necessary amenities that our customers not only expect but demand, and that's for both pickup and delivery. I think I spoke in some detail and at some length at the last hearing on how we are able to mitigate and manage some of the concerns that the FCA had raised regarding delivery operations. Obviously, Boylston and Fenway, it's a very busy neighborhood. The FCA was kind enough to invite us up to be heard a second time and to meet with the group in person after our first hearing, and we really appreciate that. And we had taken the time to walk through the neighborhood and happened to be an event night that night. So saw exactly what their concerns are, and we're very appreciative of that. But I do feel the need to reiterate that I think the worst case scenario that's been envisioned here isn't necessarily reflective of what we're bringing to the neighborhood. I know there have been some users that have gone through the board or that operate either in Fenway or in Back Bay that have extremely high order volumes. These are problems that I wish we had at Wonder, but some of these users, they're dealing with much lower average order values. Our average order value is about $35 per order or per transaction, and we're not doing nearly as much revenue as some of these other users that have raised a lot of the red flags between Fenway and Back Bay. So that said, we're still uniquely poised to manage that courier process in comparison to any of our competition, and that's through our purchase of Grubhub earlier this year, and the way we approach courier management to begin with. So, we make it a point to operate each of these locations so that we are not disruptive to the neighbors. We have a lot of locations in New York City, for example, and in urban environments where our ability to cohabitate with residential is extremely important. And with that, we're bringing those same mitigation strategies and those same management strategies up into Boston. So I could go into more details in terms of delivery volumes, but I can say, without diving into too much detail, but that during our peak hours, we're probably looking at max 40 to 50 orders per hour. And that's inclusive of delivery. With that, we're batching 15 to 20% of our orders, which reduces the amount of couriers that have to come on site for a location such as this. So again, when you think about it, the larger picture and the concerns that have been raised by the FCA, during event nights, and the FCA had requested that we explore, whether or not we would consider closing our doors during event nights. From a business perspective, that would be incredibly irresponsible. When you're talking about a location like Fenway, where you do have thousands upon thousands of people coming into that neighborhood for event nights or for ball games, the number of couriers and the traffic that we're going to drive is negligible. It's inconsequential in the grand scheme here. And so with that, I think a lot of the benefits here, this is a neighborhood that's growing, that's evolving. It's a perfect demographic for us. You have a really young demographic that's incredibly savvy, and more importantly, very conscientious of their time. And I think the convenience that we bring and the variety of foods that we bring are exactly what the neighborhood would be looking for and what the residents would be looking for. So with that said, there were a number of points that were raised by both the board and the FCA that I want to touch on real quick. So operationally, we were asked to explore whether or not we could manage our couriers through the rear. For a variety of reasons, we can't do that. One of those being the size of the space. This space is pretty tight for us in our operation as is. And so with that, the walking distance, our ability to design in a rear courier pickup, it just simply doesn't work from a design standpoint. Furthermore, the walking distance from that rear entry into the barn to our space is about 125 feet. With that, we try to have our couriers, our target is to have couriers on and off of our properties within 90 seconds. Adding that added distance increases that time they're on site. Furthermore, you also have, I believe they're co-ops or condos right behind us. And some of the issues that were raised, I believe by the board as well, was that we did not want couriers congregating at the rear and disrupting the residential both above and now also behind. So for operational purposes, we couldn't do that. Food safety as well, we can't have couriers coming into our back of house. That poses a food safety and an FSQA concern. There is a shared hallway, but with that, we would have to have constant eyes on a pickup shelf, for example, to ensure, again, food safety, which is incredibly important. One of the other points that had been raised, again, was the restricting business hours or opening hours, and I think I explained why we can't really accommodate that, but just to reiterate that point, our model, and when you order, it illustrates what the expected or projected delivery time is. During event days, that's going to take into account the fact that there's traffic and delivery times are going to be elongated, let's call it. Average consumer, I don't know about you, if I call a pizzeria and they say it's going to be 45 minutes, I'm probably shifting where I'm ordering from. We expect consumer behavior to be no different with us. So I would expect that our delivery volumes would drop during event days. but we would see an increase in pass-through traffic. So it still makes the site viable from a business perspective with the amount of feet that are on the ground in Fenway during event days. So the last point that was raised was curbside management, and this was the point that the chair brought up right at the beginning of the hearing. We've conceded, and we are more than willing to essentially, let's call it lease, for lack of a better term, the 2 parking stalls that are directly in front of our tenant space. And this would be for short-term parking. This would be 10 to 15-minute short-term parking, really intended to accommodate delivery drivers. I mentioned during the last hearing, we would ballpark anywhere, about a 50 to 60% of our deliveries would be through bicycle couriers or 2-wheeled couriers, the balance being vehicles, and we wanted to accommodate vehicle couriers a bit better. So what we have not established is what the mechanism for dedicating those 2 stalls would be, but we are more than open to having that in place, working with the city to have that in place at the market rate. I believe it's $2.50 an hour in the Fenway neighborhood, $2.50 an hour for those 2 spots. From the hours of 3 to 8, I believe metered parking ends at 8 p.m. in the neighborhood and does not apply on Sundays. And so, with that, I think I needed to take an opportunity to not only better explain the concept here and what we're bringing to the neighborhood, but more importantly, to kind of ease the concerns and the nightmare scenario that I think some people had envisioned here. Yes, we are ultimately a takeout restaurant, but the volumes that we're going to be bringing here, I don't feel in any way would be disruptive to the neighborhood, given the context and the rapid growth that you guys are seeing here. So with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions or take any comments that the board might have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think at the last hearing, I asked that they consider adding more seating. Was that taken into account? I did not see any change in the plans in that regard.
Yes, apologies for not mentioning that. We did expand that counter seating that is along the front. So we have expanded that front of house to 14 total in seats for dine-in customers.
So there are now 14 versus how many last time?
Dan, do you recall off the top of your head? I believe we were at 10.
6 before.
6? Okay, 6.
So 6
to 14.
Katie, I'm glad you brought that up because that was something that I was really looking closely in regards to the renderings and the plan. And I must say I'm a little disappointed at the way in which the interior has been kind of rendered, because I think, kind of reminding myself what Katie was kind of pointing to at the last hearing was that it felt like it was a commercial kitchen, really closed off, and then the idea that you can maybe allow for folks that are visiting to just rest and have a dining experience, to be able to come at discovery of your brand kind of catering business. And when you look at the interior, there is no atmosphere. Like, you literally are a closed commercial kitchen, because you can't really look at the kitchen, you can't really look at anyone. You just have a host, and you have a screen, and you just have tables, but it's not a restaurant. And so I think it's a really lost opportunity. You almost want to turn that space into really an exhibit space, because it really now does not read as a place where you can eat. So I don't know if that was intentionally to disguise it just to accommodate Katie's feedback from the last hearing, but I was really disappointed at the lack of kind of publicness that you could have took on as an opportunity. And I was someone that really supported the project.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I believe, Madam Chair, I believe at the last hearing, a suggestion was made that to bring Boston Transportation Department into the conversation. Has that been done?
Boston Transit has, that was in regards to the parking stalls and the curbside management piece. And all we're really waiting on is trying to figure out what the mechanism would be to have those 2 parking stalls on Boylston dedicated for short-term parking. And it wouldn't be necessarily, I don't think it'd be dedicated to us. We would be doing this not only for our benefit, but for the benefit of some of the adjacent restaurants as well.
So if sorry, I was just going to ask if Mr. Hoey from Transportation or Mr. Hampton wants to address that point. That would be helpful.
Yeah, hi Sherry, this is Patrick from Streets. And we have been in communication with the proponent. We just recently received a graphic and a description narrative around their most recent plans. And we would like some time to review that and also to give the proponent an opportunity to meet with us on a call to have a discussion with our engineers and others at the department. We could.
Thank you. Mr. Stumbridge, did you have an additional question?
That answers the rest of what I was looking for, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
But, I mean, does that mean that Patrick is implying a potential deferral, or are we still voting on the case today?
I would leave that up to the board, your decision to defer or not. We really haven't had a chance to review.
I think we would look to defer at this point.
If I may.
But we need to take a vote on that, obviously.
If the board chair would allow, I could make one suggestion. We would be more than open to having a condition in the event that the board saw fit to approve that we would work with transportation to have those 2 stalls addressed in a way that is satisfactory to the board.
Mr. Hampton, can you weigh in given BPD's DWAP recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. Our recommendation hasn't changed from the original denial without prejudice. We still believe it's a ghost kitchen. The appellant has stated that the number of seats has increased from 14 to 14 from 6. We don't have those plans. We still have the original plans that show 6. So we don't know if those plans have been submitted to ISD either. But in any event, whether or not the board elects to defer this BTD review, we're still going to be on the record as denial without prejudice.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's take public testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to go on record in opposition of this conditional use permit. A business with a floor plan indicating function more similar to a production facility rather than a restaurant use does not contribute to the vibrant streetscape in this area. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on May 29th. The applicant also met with the Fenway Civic Association, which is opposed to this application due to the ghost kitchen-like operation with limited focus on dine-in eating, as evidenced by the very small amount of square footage devoted to in-store dining despite its high foot traffic location. The location is in a part of Boylston Street that experiences a high level of traffic gridlock due to direct proximity to Fenway Park, and a concept that is based primarily on utilizing delivery couriers would exacerbate the issue. A proposal to have couriers use the rear of the building was determined not to be feasible. With that background, ONS urges the board to deny this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Sam Courage.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. This is Samantha Courage with Councillor Durkin's office. The councillor would like to defer on the board for this proposal. It's our office's understanding that BTD, the plans from the proponent were submitted to BTD yesterday early evening. We would like more time to review those. Also, we've been in contact with the community who is opposed with this. So the councillor would like to be on record as deferring to the board. Thanks so much.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Okay. Any other final comments from the applicant?
Madam Chair, I would like to make one additional comment, if you don't mind. The ghost kitchen comment had been brought up several times. I do want to point out that the Halal Guys, which is in the same building adjacent to us, they don't have any indoor seating. They have a counter, I believe, with 3 bar height seats. It had been indicated that they have a significant more seating than we do, but that is not in fact the case whatsoever.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of denial without prejudice. I think we just keep wanting to see this use as something that it's not. You know, I don't think it's an appropriate location. The takeout business sort of relies on motor vehicles, and I think the concerns are valid from transportation and planning. And I think this is an area with many entertainment and sports venues, so I think a business that functions more as a third space where people can come and sit and linger and gather is way more appropriate here. So for those reasons, motion to deny without prejudice.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge.
While I agree a delay is necessary, I would hope that we could vote for a delay with a reasonable amount of time. If not, then denial without prejudice would be the case. Any chance we could make it a delay? A deferral?
What are your, is there something different from the deferral that would change your outcome?
Katie just put a motion forward.
I know, that's why I'm.
We should carry Katie's motion forward.
So Mr. Stenbridge, maybe you can support or not the motion.
I'll support it then.
Okay. Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell.
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Betta Barraza.
I was a real supporter of the project, but I have to agree with Katie. I do think that it could be both and, meaning you can have a commercial kitchen and also offer something very generous to the public, which is a great dining experience, even if it's 6 or 8 people. So with that, I'm going to say yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 173-2693 with the address of 372 K Street. If the applicant and/or their representative present, would they please explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci. Business address of 168 8th Street, first floor, South Boston. Joining me today is the owner, Tom Sullivan, as well as the project architect, Nick Landry. This is a proposal to change the occupancy of a one-family dwelling to a 5-unit residential building by way of dormers to an existing structure, a rear addition, and an interior renovation with garage parking for 4 spaces in the rear. All of the residential units will be home ownership. This proposal is located within an MFR subdistrict. Although the proposed use is allowed, the lot size is 4,292 square feet, which creates the need for additional lot size. However, this type of proposal is similar in size and scale to many surrounding multifamily properties in South Boston. Due to the alteration of the roof line and extension into the rear yard of over 1,000 square feet will require 2 conditional use permits for a roof structure restriction violation. There was also a 3rd conditional use permit cited for another roof structure restriction based on max allowed height in the sub-district. The proposed height is 35 feet 6 inches, which is below the 40-foot requirement under Article 68. We believe the plans examiner cited this in error due to the raising of an existing garage in the rear, but the demolishing of an accessory use building does not trigger relief for a conditional use permit under Article 68. Unit 1 will be if the Mr. Ambassador, if you could just scroll, that would be great. Unit 1 will be a duplex unit located on the ground floor and basement with an estimated square footage of 1,839 square feet. Unit 2 will also be a duplex unit located on the second floor and third floor with an estimated square footage of 1,444 square feet. Unit 3 will also be a duplex unit located on the ground floor and basement with an estimated square footage of 917 square feet. Unit 5 will be on the third floor of the addition with an estimated square footage of 1,351 square feet. And so will Unit 4 will be located on the second floor of the addition with an estimated square footage of 1,269 square feet. There are a total of 2 1-beds, 2 2-beds, and 1 3-bed. Parking will be located on the ground floor in the rear of the property. We have additional violations for open space. We're required to provide 200 square feet per unit, and the proposal calls for 100 square feet per unit. Contextually, many lots on the block provide less than 100 square feet per unit. Insufficient rear yard. 20-foot rear yard setback is required, and this proposal calls for a 10-foot rear yard setback. However, currently present on the site, which abuts the property, so this proposal, we believe, would be an improvement on the existing condition. And 2 more violations related to parking. Insufficient parking, 1.5 parking spaces required for new units of housing. Therefore, the parking requirement is 6 parking spaces, and the proposal provides for 4, which is aligned with the Transportation Department's policy of reducing dependency on private vehicles. Further, there's the last violation regarding parking for design of the parking, as the dimensions proposed are 9 by 18 feet. I do have project architect Nick Landry if there's any specific drawings that you need him to discuss, but at this point, I'm going to turn it over to you, Madam Chair, for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. As applicant completed the ONS community process, our office hosted an abutters meeting on July 9th at which no concerns were raised. Multiple abutters were supportive of the proposal. They spoke highly of the character of the petitioners. The Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association is in support of this application. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Sydney Scanlon from Councillor Flynn's office. Councillor Flynn would like to go on record in support based on a good community process and support from neighbors and abutters. He respectfully requests that the proponent continue to work closely with the community on any neighborhood and quality of life issues that may arise during the construction phase and thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional hands raised at the moment.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion for approval with a proviso that plans are submitted to the planning department for design review with attention to preserving significant architectural details from the existing structure's cupola and front facade.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have 2 companion cases. We have 3 companion cases, and these are Article 8 under Article 8. First, we have case BOA 1745070 with the address of 200 Hillside Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1758534 with the address of 44 Pocket Hill Avenue. And along with those 2, we have case BOA 1748208 with the address of 40 Pocket Hill Avenue. If the applicant and or the representative present, will they please explain to the board?
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney John Pulgini here on behalf of Savage Properties LLC for the proposal at 200 Hillside Street. With me this morning is Alex Yoon from Monty French Design Studio, the project architect. So 200 Hillside Street, also known as 36 Pocket Hill Street, the lot size is 25,411 square feet. Zoning is 3F 2000.
This lot is located at the corner of Hillside and Parker Hill Street and Mission Hill. 200 Hillside is an Article 80 small project approved by the BPDA in April of this year. The proposal before you is to combine the existing vacant 200 Hillside's underutilized parking lot with the abutting 40-44 Parker Hill Ave lots, which hold two multifamily residential buildings, and construct a 5-story, 38-unit residential rental building. The two buildings at 40-44 Parker Hill will remain in their current condition, each having 16 residential units. The combining of 40-44 Parker Hill and the 200 Hillside lot will be accomplished through the 2 ALTs, which Mr. Stembridge just referenced. The new building will have a mix of 22 studios and 16 two-beds. 6 of these will be offered as IDP units. There'll be 38 residential bike parking spaces internal to the building, and then also 8 guest parking spaces on the outside of the building. Additionally, the existing parking lot will be redeveloped to include 8 parking spaces. All amenities to this new building are intended to be shared among the residents of the 2 other buildings, 3 altogether. As I stated, this was an Article 80 proposal that went through a full community and administrative process. Through that process, the address was changed to 200 Hillside as the community wanted the residential entrance on Hillside rather than Parker Hill. Additionally, we're undertaking significant public realm improvements to the area, including new street trees, a pedestrian easement on our property to allow widening of sidewalks to comply with the complete streets policy, and a high visibility crosswalk to improve pedestrian safety. This location is certainly a TOD development with the Green Line approximately 2 minutes away. And finally, we have provided the board with approximately 60 letters of support. You're essentially providing 38 units of additional housing, including 6 affordable units with absolutely no displacement. I will now pass it off to Alex to go through the plans in more detail, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thanks for the opportunity to present. Alex?
Please keep it high level, Alex. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I will keep it brief. If you can just briefly stay on the first page, I'll just describe. This is the new addition with the 2 existing brick buildings just peeking behind the new trees that we're proposing on our property in the background on the right of the image, while in the foreground we are proposing 3 new street trees with a pedestrian easement, as John mentioned, that will allow for the complete streets compliance. The building is mostly, especially in this corner, masonry with varying degrees of orientation and articulation. The metal panel in the front, while the top portion has been made lighter and set back using a larger format panel. I'll just briefly go over the site plan to describe some of the improvements that we're making. We've worked with the community feedback as well as the Boston Planning extensively to look at the streetscape and open space. If you can go to further 2 more down. Yes, this one. The 2 existing buildings at 40 and 40 Parker Hill will be existing to remain, but we did work with the planning department to work on providing accessibility throughout the site with the existing parking as well as the shared courtyard, which is in the top rear portion of this page that will be connected down through the existing right-of-way, which is a sidewalk, down to our new building, from which at the building corner we have an accessible building that will carry residents from both 40 and 40 Parker up to the new rooftop, as well as being able to access the new fitness inside the new building. In addition to the 3 new street trees in the corner, we are renovating the open space front yards of 40 and 40 Parker Hill, as you can see, with some landscaping and 4 new street trees on our property. And with that, I'll turn over the board. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. At this time, the Mayor's Office would like to defer to the judgment of this board. Some background information on the community process. This went through a BPDA-led community process starting back November of 2024 before being board approved on April 10th, 2025. During that period, there was a public meeting as well as engagement with other stakeholders. Majority of the comments were supportive of the proposal, feeling this was an appropriate use and it was better to have housing here than the current conditions, which was, I believe, more parking geared. There were some concerns expressed about trash, how the trash would be serviced from the building as well as a roof deck. And I think other comments during the community process was just a desire to have this not be housing just for college students. With that information, we'll defer to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sam Courage.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. This is Sam Courage from Councilor Durkin's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And from the public, we have El Bonita Rosa. Ebony, you can unmute yourself.
I think that's
Thank you.
BPDA. Sorry.
Hi. It's okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ebony DeRosa, and I'm a senior project manager in the Development Review Division of the Planning Department. The project before you was approved by the BPDA board on April 10th, 2025. The project underwent an appropriate Article 80 review for its size and impact, which included extensive collaboration with the Planning Department, Councilor's Office, and the community. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no additional comments.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion of approval.
There a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Ruo?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1465030 with the address of 4 Leroy Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Hi, my name is Alice. My husband and I was on a call, but I don't know, for some reason we kind of split. I came to work and I don't see him on the line. But again, this is for a basement construction that is going on since 2018. He's trying to get the license to, finish the basement. But, we had to submit for a barrels meeting because the city initially wants him to install a kitchen and he does not want to do a kitchen. So this process has been going for quite a while, and then we just want to come before this board and ask him if he can get the license to finish the basement.
Thank you. So can you just confirm, you're not creating a new unit. This is part of your current living space?
Correct.
Okay. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consists of an abutters meeting facilitated on June 5th, very lightly attended with no opposition, no concerns raised at the meeting. Following the abutters meeting, no further community process was required, and the proposal was approved to go before the zoning board. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
I do actually have a question. I want to confirm the height of the basement.
Go ahead. Can the applicant respond to that question, the height of the basement?
Apparently I'm not too familiar with this dimension measurement. That's why I was wondering, I was hoping that he stayed on the call, but for some reason, I don't know how he got disconnected. We've been on since 11:30. And the dimension here, I'm not too familiar with the graph of the plan kind of thing, but.
Is there an elevation view? Because now we're looking down on it, but is there a way we're looking up at it?
And Ms. Turner, we could also address that through the recommendation
It has it right
itself.
there. It has it right there. It says 7 foot.
7 foot 3.5, I think it says.
So it's below the building code.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve it with a proviso that the basement stands up to the building code, which is 7 foot 6 required.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
And next, we have case BOA 174-8759 with the address of 6 Almont Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Any raised hand for this, Hinders 6 Almont?
Yes, we have, there, like, Robert Lenkis, I sent you an invitation.
Hello. Hello. I'm so sorry. Mr. Stenbridge, I just came running from a meeting. Mike Ross here when you're ready for me.
We're ready.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Attorney Mike Ross here with the law firm of Prince Obel, One International Place. I'm here with the architects for this project, Bellis Mannion and Kyle Torno, as well as the local development team, which is comprised of 100% minority developers and local. The proposed project is to build a 13-unit rental building that, given the topography of the land and the abutting conditions of the surrounding buildings, was designed to fit within the site. Mr. Ambassador, you could probably go to the 4th page.
Chair, I need to recuse myself. I'm sorry, I need to recuse myself.
Okay, we are a 6-member board.
Okay, we will proceed. Thank you. So this slide here, the project summary slide, would be great. 6-8 Almont Street is within the R1 district, but it sits at the intersection of and is partially surrounded by SO and S2 subdistricts. It abuts a 12-unit property to its left and is across the street from a 24-unit property. The project sits near a prominent intersection with Blue Hill Avenue and is readily visible from that corridor on account of the large outlet and width of the street opening itself. Next slide, please. While the proposed project contains 13 units, from a massing perspective, it will fit comfortably within its surroundings. The height of the proposed project is designed to meet the point of the topmost point of the current gabled roof, as shown here. The larger aerial photo in the lower left corner of this slide also shows the proximity of this project to Almont Park, which features a very large parking area that you can see in the photo, and where residents are able to park overnight. Next slide, please. As this slide shows, the project is located within a transit-rich area with a 10-minute walk to Mattapan Square T station and a 7-minute walk to the commuter rail station. So as such, the project contains no on-site parking. Next slide, please. We can come back if you'd like, but on that slide, just really quickly, the relief we're only seeking 4 variances. The number of units, lot coverage, height, and parking. Next slide, please. This slide shows how the proposed project on the right actually sits further back from the, where are we? Page 8. Yeah, thanks. Right there. It actually sits further back from the existing current building. The dotted red line there on the right shows where the existing porch sits, just ahead of the current proposed project. Next slide, please. Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Ambassador, just one, if you could go back up there, right there on the profile picture on the bottom of the slide. It shows that the front portion of the building is consistent with the existing zoning height limit of 35 feet. There is a slight step up of just less than 5 feet to accommodate the rear units, which step back substantially from the sidewalk to reduce any visual impact, but also step back from the rear lot line to reduce any impact from any of the adjacent properties behind. It's worth noting that the mean height of the property is in fact 35 feet. You'll also see here the extreme rise in topography of the hill behind the proposed building, which allows the rear abutters to not have their views, their light, their air blocked by what we're proposing here. Next slide, please. These are floors garden 1, 2, and 3, which provide for 1 studio, 3 1-bedrooms, 7 2-bedrooms, and 2 3-bedrooms. The studio is 547 square feet. The 1 ranges from 569 to 837 square feet. The 2s range from 759 to 1543 square feet, and the 3s from 1104 to 1406. Next slide. The property sits on a 6,117 square foot lot and exceeds the permeability requirement of 25% with 36.5% permeability. It also proposes solar panels on the roof, various plantings, and landscaping along the side of the building, replacing the current driveway and a fully compliant with a the side landscaping will replace the existing driveway, and there's a fully compliant rear yard setback that now allows for an area to grill and gather. The proposed project will include both indoor and outdoor bicycle parking, each with charging stations for electric bicycles, which are becoming more prevalent. Next slide, please. So this shows a 3-dimensional drawing from the front of the building and the rear corner of the building. As you can see, almost all the units contain some form of exterior feature, such as the Julia balconies and the full decks of the 2 3-bedroom walk-up units off the rear of the building. Next slide, please. These side elevations show how the topography allows for slightly more height that we're proposing, and also shows more exterior decks off the side of the building. Next slide, please. This is the front and rear elevations. This is a sectional, again, showing the topography and how the units line up. This is another sectional. These are 2 renderings of the building. The second rendering nicely shows how the proposed building is designed to sit not taller than its neighbors on either side. Mr. Ambassador, just go down one slide if you could. Just look how this building kind of sits tucked in between the 2 neighbors on either side. Like I said earlier, it's designed not to be taller than the topmost gable of the existing.
Mr. Ross, just sorry, I'm interrupting, but this rendering is showing that the first floor is almost as high as the cars. Do you think this render has the right dimensions?
You know, it's a rendering, so there's going to be a little bit of warbles there, but what you see there is all these houses, or not all these houses, but the older houses that were built on this street, they're built on top of the slope of the land. This house, we go into the land. So we use that where the slope was, we dig that out and we create that as the entrance to the building. And that's why we're kind of able to bring things down.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure, happy to talk more about it. And, you know, actually we can probably pause there. I wanted to just make sure the board is aware that we submitted letters of support from the Colorado Street Neighborhood Association, City Councilor Pena, and then as well as 3 of the at-large city councilors. I'll pause there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes, if approved, are you providing any IDP units?
Yeah, yes, we are. We are.
And what would the AMI be?
Yeah, so we have 13 units, sorry. So that would be 2 units we're providing, will be affordable.
What AMI?
And they will be rentals, so those will have to be consistent with Article 79, average at 60 AMI.
Any other questions from the board? Is Mr. Hampton on to weigh in?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. Our recommendation to the board was for denial. The reason being that, as you are aware, Mattapan was recently rezoned back in February of last year. And the purpose of this zoning district was to help maintain and preserve small-scale residential characters of the street. Now, I know, you know, Mr. Ross has stated that the abutting property and the one across the street are, you know, larger number unit structures, but those are fronting on Blue Hill Ave and are in a different zoning district altogether. So we do not support the tearing down of an existing 2-family and going up to 13 units, especially with the new zoning that was adopted back in February of 2024. So City of Boston Planning Department is on record recommending denial.
Okay. Is there public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Mattapan Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of a lightly attended abutters meeting facilitated on June 23rd, where abutters voiced opposition and concerns. Abutters voiced opposition to more construction, stating there was already too much construction on the street, as well as in the general area. Abutters were also opposed to the increased density and lack of parking as part of the plan for 13 units, voicing their concerns over congestion. Next, the proponent presented the Colorado Street Community Group, where they voted in support of the proposal. To date, our office has received 1 letter of opposition from the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council opposed to the exceeding of the zoning code dimensional requirements, suggesting a smaller proposal would be more acceptable. Our office has also received a 43-signature petition of support and 7 letters of support, 6 of which are from city officials and organizations. Those are the Mattapan Community Center, Colorado Street Community Group, and city officials Henry Santana, Enrique Pepin, Julia Mejia, and Ruth Z. Lugine. Again, those are the letters of support. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Cindy Jacob.
Hello. Okay. Hi. As Jeremy stated, my name is Cindy Jujus from the Council Admissions Office. We would like to go on record to support this project, as we did not receive any constituent complaint about it or request that we don't support it. So we'll go ahead and defer to the board.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional. No, 1 second, please. We have Anthony Gilardi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Anthony Gilardi from City Council, Aaron Murphy's office. The council would like to go on record in support of the project. Thank you.
Okay, without, there are no additional comments.
Okay, given other questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Can I add a proviso, Madam Chair? Mr. Simbresk, provides for the proponent to execute a housing agreement with the Mayor Office of Housing for 2 affordable units with an average of 60% AMI.
Mr. Stenbridge, are you amenable to that?
Yes, I am.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
I'm gonna vote no. I appreciate the programming and the housing and the affordable units. I just can't get past that the lot coverage is almost double what is allowed as of right, and I don't think this quite fits on this site.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Baraza?
She recused herself.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Turner?
Yes.
The chair votes no, so the motion does not carry.
Madam Chair, would it help if I did a round of explanations on some of the comments, or would you like me to just stay quiet here?
I will allow it briefly.
Thank you. First of all, I do see that there is a nearby resident's hand up. The other thing I would just say is that in terms of the comment that Mr. Hampton made, we are in an R district as opposed to an S district. I don't think we would be here if we were proposing, we wouldn't be proposing variances to the S. The R only allows for what was there previously. We are in a transition in that we are surrounded by these other sub-districts. So I think there might be reason there to consider that. I mean, I think those were the key points. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. There was one other. I was trying to for time. Yes, there's 13 units. But the old, Dorchester housing stock, what you see there with, 7, 8 bedrooms, it just doesn't exist anymore. So a triple decker with 7 or 8 bedrooms could literally be a 13 unit building if there are 13 ones. It's just a different type of housing. No one's looking for 7 or 8 bedrooms. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's try again. Is there another motion?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion of denial without prejudice, so the proponent has time to reconsider the proposal and the density.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
The chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. See you next time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.